Welcome back, YouTube. I did not upload yesterday's stream. I probably will upload that. I had to take a massive L at the end. Who knew that tree, something that has existed in Windows command line for, Jesus, it's got to be at least like 3 decades or whatever at this point, would stump me. And it still kind of has. I did go home after stream. We ended at like 6 p.m. I didn't even have dinner. I just went home and I kept working on it. I did find a solution, but it's a chaotic evil solution. You know, it's like the Voldemort of solutions. You don't speak about it. But I will have to show it because we need to clean up the blueprint and, you know, test it. The one thing I couldn't resolve, and I still don't know how I would resolve it, would be like the visual aspect of it. Because it requires you to, for like each line, search ahead for a sibling and then build the visuals for the indentation. And that just seems like such a headache. So I might try to enlist Cuthbert for help on that one. We'll see. I'm not gonna worry. The visuals aren't important. It's just nice to be able to like list the folders that you have, because then it makes it easier to CD, right? So we'll clean that up. I'll show you what I have and what I did to solve it. It's simultaneously way less work than the previous function, and also just it's way more. Why the fuck would you ever do that? Kind of a thing. So I'm excited to see what the programmers in chat think of that one, and then we'll just move on to directory. That one's easy because we already have the data, and it doesn't need to be indented and visualized. We just need to list it. So that pretty much is already done because we already set that up yesterday. It just depends if we want to include like some of the flavor aspects of it, like when was this folder created. We could do that, but we'll see. I might add that in the future, and for now I'll just literally just list the folders that are in the current directory that you're in. Oh, and files, but I believe we have already combined that. But I need to check, because I haven't really put a whole lot of files into the drive structures at the moment. It should be there. It really should be. We'll double check. Let's close the things we for sure don't need right now. I do want that open. Oh God. Okay, so well, this is the new solution down here. That's all it is. This right here. This was all of yesterday's gobbledygook. I mean, it was almost working too. It was almost working, except I fucked something up at the end. I made a wrong assumption that works under some conditions, but not all conditions. And I don't know how to resolve it for all conditions. So, or at least not like simply, without adding in probably half of this more. And I feel like that's just over engineering the tree command. So this is, I'm just gonna delete this, maybe. We do have the old one here, but I think that was only going one folder deep, so it was basically just the directory command. I don't know, I want to preserve some of it so that I can look back on it, but also at the same time I think I would just rewrite everything from scratch if I did it again. So maybe what we'll do is I'll just make a new function. We'll get this organized and all the local variables in, because I have way too many local variables to organize. right now, and I feel like I don't want to do that. So I'll just start fresh, get it organized there, make sure it works, and then we'll delete these old functions. They'll go bye-bye. Oh man. Oh man, okay. Print tree super new, and also definitely in need of a refactor. I can tell you that. Where is my return? Oh, I know what I should do. I should put a sequence here. And then we just return here, otherwise return here. It's still imperfect. I have to like just make sure that it's printing the drive string correctly, so it appears a bit more natural. But I do know it is printing the folders and indenting them correctly, but I need to get like this set up, you know, this part of it. And then make sure that we're printing like the drive letter line too. We're not doing that right now. All right, let's get our local variable set up, just so nothing is erroring. I don't know if we're using that. We're using this, I have to rename some things that were placeholder. So I don't want to tell you what I'm doing here. If I swear, if any programmer knew what I was doing here to print this tree, I don't even know if it's less efficient though. I mean, I think that it is probably a little less efficient in terms of performance, but it's way more efficient in terms of like the nodes. But I doubt that it would actually cause any sort of hitch. I'll run a check once we have it working, just out of curiosity, to see how many nanoseconds it's taken up. But I doubt it's that bad. This is all messy right now. I just done this at like super late at night. So I just wanted it working. We're gonna fix that today. Okay, we got a green. It's a good thing. And we'll plug in the new one. I think we do want to double check that the parsed input is empty. You know, otherwise the player would have typed something, or is equal to 1 at least. So we do need to bring that in and check too. But it's not directly related to it working, and more is just related to it not working if the player didn't type it in correctly. So we'll get that resolved. Okay, so... Okay, before we clean it up, I'll explain what I did, and you'll have to forgive me, my nose is still healing and it's very itchy. It's Very itchy. Probably all my hairs that I can't pluck. Hey, Brutal, you're gonna love this, Brutal. You're a programmer, right? I don't know if I ever asked you that. I want you to be the judge if you are. I kind of wish I could like tag people in chat with their roles in game dev, or if they're just like you know, hobbyist, generalist, not a developer. It'd be fun to just be able to like know who I can talk to ask certain questions. Troll, yeah. Also, I can give you guys nicknames, but then it changes your name. I don't know if there's any way to like tag people. It'd be a good feature. I can ban you. Open native user card? Oh. Yeah. Manage suspicious user. Ooh. Let's do that one. Okay, so you were here yesterday. You know what I was trying to do, right? With the all this math bullshit, trying to recursive loop. I did successfully make the recursive loop, which is kind of hard in Blueprints because there is no native support for recursion in Blueprints. It would be way easier in C++. But that's what I was trying to do yesterday. Fuck that. Fuck math. Fuck programming. Fuck recursion. I bent tree over a barrel, and I took its treeginity. That's what I did last night. I was angry, I had a beer, I had pretzels, I had no dinner, and I worked until 11 p.m. resolving this problem by refusing to do it the way that it should be done. And instead, what I did was the most chaotic evil solution known to humanity. You're gonna love this, okay? What if instead of looping through this, I convert it to a JSON string, and I just manually remove the rows that don't include folder names, and then I use the indentations in the JSON string to determine how nested that row should be. Which is what I did. And it works. No recursion necessary, no math bullshit, just string manipulation. It's stupid, okay? It is stupid. You'll have to ignore the visuals too. I'll explain why I'm not going to do the visual part of it right now. So ignore like the lines. But it's accurate. It's accurate, it's correct. It works when I CD into folders. Let me CD into folder 2. Look at that. No real programming necessary. Just good old-fashioned, don't look at it. The player won't know that I didn't do it the proper way. And honestly, I really don't think that this is causing like some dramatic increase, or I don't know. Oops. That's not, I'm typing an actual game command into the command line. Wrong place. Wait. Yeah, there's absolutely no change in there's no performance loss here for doing this. Can I pull the players folders? Yes. I have thought about making a game like that where, and there are games, this is not like a new idea. I have seen a game that does stuff where you have to like quit the game and manipulate the files as part of the game's design in order to like beat the game. There's one game that I saw that was like that, and I think that there are like 2 or 3. Probably more that I don't know about, right? But that's unrelated to Redlock, that's just a fun little idea. So I have made the tree command. It does work. The only thing that doesn't work is the visual part of this. And I don't think that I can resolve that personally. I think that's a little bit too... I don't know what to do with it. So I'll talk to Kotspur, see if he has an idea, or I'll just say, you know what? The most important thing about the tree command for the demo is that we list the folders. And the fact that this doesn't have the right symbol here, it is what it is. The problem with doing that is that I have to, for each line, I have to look ahead to check for a sibling on the same level, and then I have to go back up and manipulate the visuals of the lines above it. And so it's just kind of this like constant ping-ponging back and forth of looping, up and down, and creating the indents and then appending the folder name to it. And I don't know, it's just like, I don't know what I'm doing with that. So maybe I could like take a look at what they did for the actual tree command in Windows and see if I can figure it out, or I'll just say, you know what? We know we need to refactor that and fix it in the future. I'm going to let a proper programmer take a stab at it. This is the prototype of the command. And realistically, with my solution anyway, we have to redo it. Like, there's no doubt about that. So I'm just going to leave it like this for the demo. It's ugly, but it works. Like, it's fine. Like I said, the most important part about this is listing the directories, and we have that. Yeah. It stumped me. I have so much more respect now, by the way, for... I have so much more respect now for the fucking tree command. I see this now and I'm like, oh my god, how the fuck did they do that? How was it so fast and perfect? But it's fun. This has been a really fun challenge, and I have a lot more to learn. Yeah, the tree. I got stumped by a tree. Look, I can make all this complex, like, power subsystem, and, you know, with proper actor destruction handling, and, you know, wiring communication, and, you know, climbing systems, interaction with proper input and gamepad switching, but a goddamn command that has existed for decades in Windows completely ruins me. Never have I been more ruined except for that one time that I had Taco Bell.
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
I knew it. It's good to see you guys. I know I got a little angry yesterday, right? But we're okay. We're okay because of my chaotic evil solution of converting my entire structure to a string and using string manipulation. The bane of all programmers. Why bother actually using data and loops and recursion when you can just manipulate the string? Convert all of your data to a string and then manipulate that string. Problem solved. Welcome to Microraptor Games, baby. Alright, let's clean this up. Clean this up. We'll take the L. We know we need to refactor it. That's the plan. I can clean this up a little bit. Let's use our current index. It is way cleaner than yesterday, though. Like, as a whole. But even I hate this solution. I only like it because it works, but I hate it because of how it works. Here is how it begins working, by the way. I will show you. I'll kind of explain what I'm doing. Yeah, I've actually reduced the spaghetti pretty significantly by doing it this way. I'm just taking our entire structure, converting it to a JSON format, which is a native node, by the way, which is pretty cool. And I'm just looping through, I'm just removing all of the lines that don't include a folder, which kind of leaves it looking like this, so you can start to see how it is already indented. It's so stupid. It's really dumb. Oops, I deleted one. And then I'm just converting them to proper indents. I mean, it works, right? Like, I don't need to do any recursion now because I remove the lines I don't need, and then I fix the indentations over here. You know, delete this part of each line. Problem solved. It's really dumb. Whatever. What are you gonna do? Look, if Undertale can just be a giant switch statement, and same with Balatro, then you know what? I think a little bit of string manipulation as a replacement for recursion is completely on the table. In fact, this might be less egregious than those from a programming standpoint. The problem is solved. I mean, that is my job as a game designer, right? Is to solve problems. I have solved the problem. Canonically. You asked me to list folders. I have listed folders. Do we want to do a trace and see how many nanoseconds this takes? Run. Just for the sake of it. I feel dirty doing it this way, though. You know what? I'm not going to tell Kotspur that I did this. I'm not. Because I feel he'll stop being my friend if I tell him. What the fuck did I do here? This was my late night fix. I gotta fix that. It's a little bit cleaner over here. But this is messy. We'll get this working, and then we'll work on appending these prefix strings. That should be the easy part, because we're either just appending the drive or the fact that we're at root. And I'm not going to worry too much about how pretty it looks. And since we're starting the Stalker 2 DLC, tomorrow morning. We'll implement the directory command and then maybe just chill out for the rest of the stream. Do some Tim Kaine. I don't know yet. Up to you guys. Maybe we can watch some trailers. Porn. That should help us break things up a little bit. Let's get some space. I think I still need more space. This is a little bit chunky. I really like to give like a wide berth for different like elements like that so that I can comment it but still leave enough space for the next and previous elements, you know? That's why you'll see me put like stuff just floating out here. That way I can just easily surround it. I think that's okay-ish. That looks fine. This is a little bit better. This is just our placeholder visual aspect. We'll just leave that the way it is. Okay, that's better. That is better. How you doing, Anomalies? So, yesterday, failed. Today, success. Just don't ask me how I did it. Because any programmers out there will have to rant about it. This is the pirate software method of solving the problem. Turn your mic. Is it really that quiet? Like, actually, because I did just move. I'm probably going to move over to stream from my work PC again tomorrow for gaming. Because I hate this audio problem. Compared to other streams you watch? I mean, I do lower my mic by 4 decibels. But that shouldn't be that bad. Does anyone else agree? Am I too quiet? Is at least the balance between my voice and the music good? Or can you like barely hear anything? If your PC volume max? Jesus. Hear no music? Can anyone hear my music? It should be playing. You hear it. Okay, so it is being heard. Mavi, do you think I'm quiet, or is it just Anomaly's computer? I can tweak it. Quieter than yesterday. Let me see if it did something weird. I'll turn my mic up because I did have it 4 decibels lower. That's better? Okay. How's the mix between my voice and the music? I want you guys to hear the music, but for it not to be, you know, overwhelming. Because it's good in my ears. But maybe that's just me. Okay, that's good. Sweet. Sweet, sweet. Ow. Oh, fuck. Just pull the muscle. Sorry. Alright, we need to accommodate parsed input. If parsed input is length is equal to 1. I tried to cross my legs, and for some reason it was pulling my hammy. Speaking of though, I do need to. I do want to go to the gym. Well, not the gym, but I want to do some exercise. But I need to buy shoes.
Wake up.
And I'm kind of scared to go because I don't really speak Polish very well. I don't know how much they'll try to speak to me. I don't know if they speak English. I don't know. I do need shoes for it because I'm going to go bouldering. I'm going bouldering. There's a place nearby where I can do free climb bouldering like this. And that seems way cooler to me than like going to the gym. And I think technically I will burn way more calories doing this per hour. So I can go for like 1 or 2 hours or until I, am exhausted. And it'll be a better workout, like full body workout, more interesting. But I just need to buy shoes for it. No shoes. I don't think they'll allow me. I think I have to have shoes. I don't disagree. It might be a fun challenge, but I think they will require that I have shoes. But they're not that expensive. It's just, I need to do it. I need to see if I have fun with it. So maybe I'll go there. I'll rent the shoes, which is, of course not very efficient for money. But if I don't like it, then it'll be fine. Whatever. I just gotta bite the bullet and actually go. Worst case, I don't get abs from it, and then I'll just spray paint the abs on like it's 300. All right, what does this look like? I am printing it separately. I wonder if...
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay.
How's it going,
And
Gwendolyn?
boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
I think if we're printing from root, I won't print with each of these, and then I'll combine them. So we'll do looping from root, false. Or I mean, I could just do it up there anyway, right? No, I can put it down here. I did get the tree working, Gwendolyn, but you're not gonna like how I got it working. You're not gonna like it because it's illegal. I would say. The programming police would stop me, and I would go to Guacamole Bay. I solved it without recursion. Recursion would be the smart way to do it. I did do the recursion yesterday. I solved it without recursion by instead converting my structure to a string and then removing lines that didn't have a folder name in them and using the natural JSON structure to indent folder names. But it works. It works beautifully, and it's way fewer nodes. Look at this. That's all it is. I did warn you, yeah. It is dumb. It works better. I made the recursion yesterday, but the problem was there were two problems. There's one with the visuals, but there's also like popping back up to a previous depth was it was like so much work, and it was confusing. And I was doing all this shit with integers. Whereas why bother when I can use the natural indentation of the string to determine the indentation that we have to put into the console? I mean, it's kind of like, it is a silly solution, but it's not really inefficient. It's just silly. It's out of the box. You know, it's like the old school method. It is an old school method where, you know, that to make a reflection, why bother rendering the reflection when you can just make the floor translucent and render a mirror of the character underneath, and it just mirrors the animations that the player is doing. You know, smoke and mirrors, right? All the player needs to see is that it's working and for it not to cause performance issues. And both of those boxes are checked. So it could be worse. But we will, I will say, like, jokes aside, a programmer's gonna have to fix this whole function. Guaranteed. Because it is not working the way that it should. I'm not happy with the solution. We know that we need to resolve it in the future, but for the demo, it'll be fine. I am angry that this has stumped me, though. Something that I thought wouldn't be very difficult. We do need our drive letter, right? I guess if we're looping from root, we just want to append on the drive, but we always want to put that first. So what we'll do is we'll get the interface name up here, and again, I'm not going to accommodate localization with this right now. We'll just get it working. It's not it's definitely not trivial. I thought that it would. I thought that it would be. I was completely taken aback by how challenging. I'm actually taken aback by how challenging an in-game command line interface actually is as a whole. I went into this entire system thinking that it would be smooth sailing. It wouldn't be very difficult, but there's an awful lot of programs that just need super specific context and usage by the player. It all needs really good feedback so that you know when you're typing something in incorrectly and why. It's not easy. From the sheer amount of like custom code needed to make it work, I actually think it's one of the most complex things I've ever worked on. Some of Colden Chronicles' stuff was pretty challenging too. I'm happy with some of it, like, you know, parsing input was not bad. Building out the initial structures isn't bad. But there is just a lot of like data. And it has to be structured in a way that is visually appealing on the console. So everything feels like it just has so much string manipulation behind it because of that necessity that we have to display it. I mean, we're almost done with the base commands though, and then we'll have a lot of work to do moving forward with getting everything working with our individual like programs. You know, actually like interacting with things in the world. The good news is we have the routing all set up, so we just kind of have to determine, okay, we want the player to be able to, I don't know, hack a vending machine and get cheaper prices or something. So let's implement some hack command or whatever, right? Yeah, I think it'll be cool. I'm a little skeptical about it long term. It's all going to depend on how much we use it. If we don't use it enough, it's kind of just there. And if we use it too much, then the game becomes like this command line interface game. So I think it'll be up to us to balance how much we want the player to interact with that and how much of the gameplay percentage is going to be taken up typing in commands into the command line interface. I would hate to have to cut it with how much time I've spent on it. It's been over a month that I've spent on the command line interface, it feels like, or close to. I would hate to have to cut it. But it's not the end of the world if we do. I think it's bold. I don't know. If it doesn't make the game more interesting, yeah, we should cut it, right? But I think that already it does make the game more interesting. We just need to make levels that utilize it, because if we don't make levels that utilize it, then we don't have uses, and therefore it's not interesting. It doesn't do enough. Well, we are tying gameplay around it, like very heavily. Very, very heavily. Well, I wouldn't say very heavily, but we are. I'll show you one example. I just need to set up a room. Okay. Power on at start. We'll just give it 5 kilowatts. This is one example, right? I have the very basic bare bones of implementation with the power subsystem. So we have the power subsystem, right? And this is the Redlock facility as a whole and the power that it has, and we can determine whether or not it should power devices in the facility or machines. You can't directly manipulate the power subsystem, right? Because it's like you can only manipulate plugging things in and out of your home or turning off a light switch in your room, but you can't turn off the whole grid, right? It is either powering something and you turn that thing off, or it isn't powering something, and so therefore turning it on and off isn't going to do anything, right? Now you can use the interface to check connected devices, right? So we can list the devices that are connected to this interface, this computer, let's say, and we can see, oh, we have these 3 lights connected. Well, let me take and turn off light 03, or I could turn off maybe some radiation detector that is keeping a door closed, right? You know, you have to think of our future use cases, because they are going to be the use cases once we build proper levels. But we can see that it's still powered by the subsystem. Well, we may want to turn that off from the subsystem so that we have more power to allocate to a big machine, maybe one that generates metal for us, right, by crushing raw ore. That would be useful for us, because then we can fabricate more items and we don't have to constantly disassemble like boxes or other things to obtain more metals. But we don't have enough kilowatts available, so we're going to unpower this whole room. So we're going to take and we're going to do, if I remember the thing, power sub and power 1. We have turned off the room, and now the 3 kilowatts that were being provided to these lights are available to me to allocate to something else in the facility, because lights aren't that important. But we can always manually power lights by using the resonant induction devices, right? Although this is not powered on, we can power that back on. And we can see it's turned on. So we have a mobile and kind of deeper way of manipulating this one subsystem power. As an example. Hopefully that makes sense. And, you know, you'll be able to power off or turn on or obtain access to different files and passwords, locker combinations. We plan to have it work with our emergency station elevators, our broadcasting system, so that you can manipulate the soundscape of Redlock as a facility. You can find a way to manipulate the emergency lights, right? Because you may want to turn those on or off to save power. If you can turn on the main lights to a room to help you see. There are mobile solutions to lighting. There are stationary solutions to lighting. Same with power. You know, maybe a room has a fabrication device like we have over here. But you can imagine that these devices require power to run. So you would have to find a way to allocate the power, maybe by plugging in a power core to a small nuclear RTG, and that way you have more power to work with in the subsystem, or turn off things that you don't need right now in order to have that power to allocate. So there's this meta game of not just scavenging in the facility, right, but also using the facility's resources, even ones that you don't have, that are kind of not ethereal. They're omnipresent, right? Like power. You don't touch power, you allocate it, you manipulate it, you add or remove to its capacity. And that way, through the command line interface, is one way to do that allocation and to do that manipulation. And then you get your resources, you pick up a schematic for a box, and you can start printing your boxes, right? Boom, blam, boom. And now you can create your own platforming solutions. And that is the sandbox. We give you the tools, we give you the systems, we don't tell you how to. Well, don't tell you how you should use them. You can use them. You know, and all this combines with some other stuff like our slow field. This would be a grenade that you throw that creates this, what do I call it? What the fuck did I call this thing? Molecular stabilization field, whatever. I don't know what I called it. But you know, you print the boxes, so we can go and print a box with this slow field. I think I need 5 metal, right? Or 2, something like that. That'll be enough. Let's say you have a door up here that you need to get to. You're like, okay, I'm gonna place a slow field because I have one. It's cheap, or it's not cheap, but it's easy. Let's see if we can place a couple of boxes here to easily climb up there. That should be good. Now, the fun part is that this actually makes level design kind of simple sometimes, because all we need to do is just create gaps, right? Like, oh, the stairs are broken. Oh no, lava pool has, you know, emerged from the depths, and now you can't normally just walk to that side, so you have to create your own platforms over there, right? That's kind of the fun of it. Oops, that wasn't stabilized yet. Maybe you want to pull items up to higher locations, so you know you can create slow steps and then grab the items. Oop. That one's a hard one. I need more boxes. You know, you can make disassembly grenades too. That's a good one. So I don't think I showed some of you that, but like your whole thing is disassembling items found throughout the facility, right? So maybe there's a wall with boxes, or you can see some stuff here, and you can disassemble them in the field and then gather their materials very naturally like this, right? Or you can use the stationary device that has to be powered, but it doesn't require resources like those disassembly grenades, which are rare and costly. You can place things in here. Close the door and disassemble them, and you can see my resources in the bottom right went up quite significantly. Fabricate your glow sticks. You can even float those and also technically climb them, I think. Oh no, I didn't make them climbable, but you can step on them. What if you shut... Yeah, you can't use the disassembler when you're inside of it. But, I mean, you can go inside of it. You just won't be able to use it or anything. I was thinking of putting like a lost Easter egg or something in here though, where maybe we have like a display that shows the current amount of resources in the disassembler. So you can see if you need to add more things to get to a point that you want, and maybe there's an Easter egg where 1 in 1,000 times it shows the 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. If you're a Lost fan, you know what that means. Yeah, this is still prototyped. I gotta fix the sticky light. Ignore how that looks. I mean, you can also fabricate these powerable lights too, so maybe you want to have some platforms that also light up if you power them. Very doable. You know, the nice thing about the slow fields and like throwing things into it is just it's there. It's emergent. You can create your own platforming solutions right then and there, but they are slower or less efficient long term as opposed to, you know, powering up an elevator. But powering up an elevator requires you to either power it manually or use the subsystem to power it, right? And so now you're thinking, okay, well, I want this permanently available so that I can easily move large items or items that I can't actually pick up but have to slide across the ground, right? Because they're too heavy. The elevator is going to be the only way that you can actually realistically do that. So if we design problems and levels correctly, we already have the systems to interact with that. This is just my testing arena, and it's boring as fuck. Because it's just, you know, back to back to back systems. And they're cool, but they're not used in a way that's cool here, so give me time. We're almost done with the core demo systems that we need, and then we can start working on an actually cool set of levels that will display the power of these and allow us to like test them in a natural environment. We're almost there. I'm funding the development with hopes and dreams. Right now, at least. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie to you. It's I'm jaded. I'm clearly capable of making things, and I don't understand why it's so difficult to get a job. Even when I had less knowledge and experience, it felt easier to get a job, but I think that's just because of the times that we're in the industry. I would feel so much more relaxed if I just even had a modest salary. I haven't had that for like 5 years now. I can't afford anything that I want to. I can't go on vacation, like a cool vacation. Been 5 years since I did that too. I couldn't afford a honeymoon, and that feels pretty emasculating. What are you gonna do? We make this good though. We put it out in early access, and we can start to restore some of that. But even that's a big milestone to reach for, because we need to have a vertical slice. Blood and semen. Sadly, I can't here in Poland. It doesn't really pay much. Let's get stocks. What we need, Rex, is we need a beautiful corner. Let's get some visuals in here. We need that hallway or something. We need a couple of modular wall pieces. I really liked your mood board. It's a really good. Let's work with that. Oh, now it's doing nothing. Probably because at some point I'm setting console entry and wiping it. Or because I'm never actually printing it. What did we want to do when we print from root? Oh yeah, we just want to manipulate the string and then print it at the end as one big blob. I may have somebody I can reach out to for concept art too, and that's going to be, I think, really important, not just for like the pitch, but also I think for making your life a lot better, Rex. There's a non-zero chance that she would want money, of course, which I wish we all could get that, but we'll see. If she's willing to like build up something long term with us, then I think it'll be great, but we'll see. From what I heard, I'm not gonna, well, I won't say much. But I think I can say that I think she's in a pretty similar situation where it's like it's impossible to get a fucking job right now, and it's better to create something for free than not create anything at all. And I don't just want to like use these people and then say bye-bye, thanks for the concept art, but rather, okay, you're a great fit for us. Let's keep going, you know, we need more concept art for the next levels. Like we can't just get all the concept art for the entirety of Redlock. Every single level of the facility is different. There's the deeper parts, which are more natural and cavernous because they were being, you know, openly developed. There's the R&D lab, the cryogenic storage area. There's the metallurgy area, which is, you know, run by a Japanese company. There's the crew quarters and all the habitat area. Every single one is going to need different concept art and different shots so that we can determine how it should look and how it should feel. And it's not like concept art is going to stop at Redlock. We need this past it too. So I just want to find those people that are a really good fit, understand the situation we're in money-wise, and can help us get out of this rut to the point where we can say, okay, now the game's early access, now we have some income, let's divvy it up, let's keep going, but now we have that financial stability. Of course, too, I do want to pitch the game once we have, you know, something reasonably playable and modest looking, just to see if we can get some early funding to help us get to that vertical slice phase. But we need something fun first. And I really feel like we need something fun to attract that talent. Something fun and stable. And a nice vision. If that makes sense. I think that was kind of the problem with Golden Chronicles, with bringing people on. The visuals did help attract people, but it was so prototypey, and I don't think it had as cohesive of a vision as Redlock does. Personally. And I don't think the gameplay as a whole was as fun as Redlock is so far. Voice acting repelled. There's a non-zero chance for that. I don't think it did, but there's a non-zero chance. I still like Colden Chronicles, but I think it was more expensive too because it was a game where the variety, the replayability, and the depth of gameplay was driven by choices which defined the narrative, right? And of course, the term narrative means more voice acting, more writing, which equals more translations, and all of that is like time, money, right? And the difference is, and the reason why I wanted to make a game like Redlock is because the diversity of gameplay is systemic. It's sandbox in nature. One player's solution to a problem will not be another player's solution to the problem, but the cost to implement that solution is only the cost to implement the systems. There's no additional cost for different pathways or for the replayability. So the cost to get to Colden Chronicles is a vertical slice. Was quite significant as we had envisioned it. It would have been like over €1 million, which is not that much money, honestly, but it's a lot for a publisher to give to a new studio that didn't yet have a team. And that was the main criticism that we got when pitching it. Was like, okay, the game sounds cool, you clearly have something playable, we understand that, it needs polish and stuff, it needs to be worked on, obviously that's the stage you're in. And then they were like, where's your team? Like, okay, €1 million, yeah, it makes sense, you have it budgeted out, you have the milestone plan, it looks fine. Where's the team? We didn't have a team. So I think that Redlock's cost to get to vertical slice is significantly smaller and requires significantly fewer people. And we can get to early access sooner because for us it would have been over a year to get to early access. Whereas with Redlock, I think it will be quite a significantly smaller amount of time to get to early access. So I think that if we do pitch it and we do ask for money or development funding assistance, or go to investors, it should be easier. But we still need that team. And my plan to do that is to make fun gameplay, 3 fun levels that take a total of maybe 2 hours to play through combined, attract people, and then take that pitch with that list of team members. That's the rough plan. Can't on graphics? What, I mean, if you think that you can help, and you have experience working with Unreal, you can always hit me up in DMs on Discord. Always. I can only say though, and this is not like an attack on anybody, we do need people that can work independently without much oversight and can kind of like see something that needs to be resolved and resolve it on their own. We don't really have time for like babysitting at the moment. Maybe sometime in the future. Used and deeply loathe it. I would say right now we definitely need a concept artist, and I think that we'll probably need another person on 3D because this game is just so fucking art heavy. We'll have to see. Sick of the game's made in Unreal more than the engine. I think I know what you mean, but I'm still going to ask you what you mean. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Yeah, it's like the bar is low to get an Unreal game to a state that is playable. Oh, we want to append this no matter what. I think we can just run that either way. I'm taking it easy today because we really just have this to fix up and then implement the directory command and I'm done. So today's a pretty chill day. Mega hype around graphics when gameplay is ass. Yeah, I know what you mean. You're right, that did happen with Unity. You're right, there was a lot of horror slop with Unity. But I do agree. I really agree that I do find a lot of modern games very shallow when it comes to systems. If you allow me to toot my own horn for a second, I think some of the systems we have in here are already more complex than some AA and some AAA games. Gameplay systems, not like back-end stuff. They're not refined and they're not pretty, but they are functional. I can put it this way, they're more bold. I will say I believe that some of my systems are more bold than what you would see. And the nice thing about that word is that it can be used as an insult too. It's very agnostic. Man, I haven't played Fear in so long. But I did. I barely remember it though. I remember the AI being cool. Just, yeah. I've always had a problem with scary games. Okay, otherwise we just print root drive. What games do you think have been made on Unreal Engine 5 that utilize the engine well, but don't sacrifice the mechanical and gameplay side? I don't know, Mavi. I was kind of thinking yes, but at the same time no. But I feel like a good utilization of Lumen and Nanite do make, like, they definitely make the game look better. But they have to be implemented well. Can't name a single one that impressed you. What about like Arc Raiders? What are some interesting ones we have here? Stalker 2 is good too. I like Stalker 2. Borderlands 4, let's go. Yeah, there was Expedition 33. I think it's mid at best. Damn. That's fired. The Oblivion remaster was nice, but that was most... Actually, I will say the Oblivion remaster is probably the most interesting Unreal Engine 5 game, just purely how it functions at the engine level. It is something I did not predict. I thought it was a joke or some bullshit when they leaked its creation engine running in Unreal Engine 5. I'm like, dude, that's not how engines work. But the way that they implemented it is that, kind of. It's not exactly that. But that was impressive. The Gothic 1 remaster. Guild Wars 3 is going to be on Unreal Engine 5. I didn't know that, actually. But I think even if it's not a realistic style, it could still be using Lumen. Killing Floor 3 looked good. That game was shit gameplay, but it at least looked good. The Riven remake was nice. And the Mist remake. Yeah, Never's to Everness looked nice. It was fun. Talos Principle 2. I mean, Talos Principle is just... Those games are great. Far Far West, yeah. Lumen despite being stylized. I think when developers are using Nanite well, I don't think the average player is going to notice it. I notice it because I look for it right when I play an Unreal Engine 5 game. Lumen, when it looks good, players, I think, are just, dude, the lighting is so good. When it looks bad, though, which it does commonly, especially in low-lit environments or when there's light leaking, looks fucking horrendous. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. We'll have to see. I think West 2 is probably mechanically deeper than a lot of games, but still EA. That's true. That's where art comes in, not just relying on math to light. Yeah, you need people that know what they're doing. And I will say, I think the early couple years of Unreal Engine 5 being released, where Lumen and Nanite were not production ready, but people were making and releasing games with them. I am pissed at Epic for that. I understand why developers do it, because of course we need to stay up to date with technology, because if we don't, another studio will. But it did mean that Unreal Engine 5 just got a horrible, horrible reputation because Chaos wasn't ready, Nanite wasn't ready, Lumen wasn't ready. horrible. And also temporal anti-aliasing is just a constant problem. That's not an Unreal thing though. Not an Unreal thing. You can turn off temporal anti-aliasing in Unreal. You're just gonna have jaggies. It's an issue with the rendering. If you want Nanite and Lumen, you have to use the rendering technique that doesn't allow for some of the older methods of anti-aliasing. Hoy365, thanks for the follow. Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. DLSS 4.5 did help fix motion vector problems with temporal anti-aliasing. It's not a native solution, but it is probably the best solution we're going to get for temporal anti-aliasing. I'm going to separate the space just to keep it easier to localize that in the future. That's why it'll look weird. The player, not the game. Hey, one thing to note though, if you found Stalker 2's performance a bit bad, they did today the 2.0 update is coming out where they have updated the engine from 5.1 to 5.5, I think it was. I kind of wish it was 5.6, and maybe they'll do that as they continue development. I don't know if they mentioned it specifically. Stalker 2 engine. Yeah, it's 5.1 to 5.5.4. And then they're releasing the DLC, which we'll be playing. A lot of nice improvements. A-Life updates, difficulty customization, binoculars, new weapons, more weather stuff, PDA page. I mean, I ran this game at launch just fine. The performance wasn't that bad. It's just a beefy game because it's using Nanite and Lumen. And it was 5.1 Nanite and Lumen. 5.1. I used 5.1. I tested the performance. Not good. But I played this on release. The performance was fine. It could be improved, of course. And it has been improved. I like Stalker 2. It wasn't perfect, but it was a pretty damn good game. The story was great. I'd say this is probably the best story that any Stalker game has ever had. And it was definitely made by people who understood the series, the lore, everything, and made the best successor that they could with the limited budget and, of course, the development constraints they had. The Stalker story was really good. It actually had a ton of unwritten, it had a lot of reactivity to quests that were not stated. So it was very sandboxy, there were multiple choices that you could make that would shape the story quite heavily, and who would be alive and who would be dead. And I think the twists and turns were really, really good. Made you think. It was nice. And we have to remember that, you know, the last Stalker that was made, Stalker Clear Skies, came out in 2008. So we had a lot of the same people gone. It was a completely different GSC. It was the same name of the company, but completely different people. And they had a pretty difficult journey of making a Stalker sequel that was both faithful and able to bring in a new audience, while many of their people were actively, you know, in a war zone. So I'm glad they have the money. I'm going to give them the time. They have been improving. You know, if we look at the updates that have come out, they have been coming out with updates, a lot of free stuff. They've been working hard. Improving A-Life, improving performance, adding in, you know, the night vision stuff, everything. So I'm gonna let them cook. I agree though that I think at release it definitely needed more time to cook. They have a modding kit. They're gonna have multiplayer eventually. That's still a thing that's gonna happen. At least they say it will. Somewhere it says that. Should say that somewhere. It's gonna come back. Okay? I agree, it's like, you know, because of the problems, because of the release, yeah. It's got room to grow. But I did enjoy it. I do not regret buying it or playing it. Oh, we need to append the shit there, and then I'll remove that space. Then we should be good. Remember the No Man's Sky hype to the sky let down a release? Now it's great, but people don't really care. I don't know. It still has a lot of people playing it, as far as I know. Doesn't it? We're at the low period of the day right now. Oh, it's not showing all the updates, I think. But I would bet that's what those peaks are. It still is pretty good, and when a big update comes out, it definitely sees people playing it. It's not dead, but it is, you know, it's nowhere near what it used. What? Okay, you know, maybe I'm wrong. It is growing. It is actually growing. We were talking about No Man's Sky yesterday because of the controversies with Star Citizen. But I fucking remember this game's release. I was there. I was there watching Dan's Gaming 30 FOV crashing all the fucking time. The game was horrible. They lied about the multiplayer. Horrendous. The performance was ass. The game was buggy as shit. You might even think I'm kidding. No Man's Sky. This was a real thing. No Man's Sky online play icon hidden with a sticker. They put a sticker over it to hide the fact that it actually didn't have multiplayer. That's a real thing. It is hard to forgive, yeah. It is hard to forgive, but I think that he's learned from it. Sean has come a long way. He admitted his mistakes. He admitted that it was wrong. He hasn't done anything like that since. And in the last 10 years, they have improved the game to the point that it has more systems and more depth than Star Citizen could ever hope to have. And all of the releases, every single part of it has been free. Every single part. I think we need to forgive him. Look at this. Look at the number of... You know what? Let's watch this. Not on a pop-up. Jesus Christ. There will be a slight delay on the audio. I apologize. 10 years. And these are all free updates. Every single one of them. The last time I played was when they added the Corvettes. It was pretty fun. I think the mid and end game of No Man's Sky is a bit boring though. But the early to mid game is really great. There's so much content. To be fair though, there is a lot of stuff I'm seeing here that I don't think I experienced. So maybe my take on the end game is a bit harsh and false. I can only say I forgive Sean. I won't forget what happened. I won't forget the massive amount of hype based around a game that he couldn't define the premise of. Too late? The game's good. I recommend the game. You can get the game on sale for like really cheap. It is fun. And Sean has openly said he regrets how he acted with the release. He regrets saying the stuff that he did. And since then, he has not done the same thing. We can forgive somebody for making a mistake that after 10 years, he has not repeated that, okay? Play drinking games. Whatever works. I think this is working. Ignore the lines. I'm not going to worry about the visuals right now because that will require a lot more work. But it is printing the folder so that we know where we can CD to, right? Or where stuff might be hidden. Needs a little bit of tweaking though. This should be indented back to the left. Yeah, we already have other commands. We have base commands that are part of the interface are cd, help, tree, directory, list, cls, exit, run, relevant to programs, and then there will be stuff for system info and time. Then you can manipulate devices directly and any connected devices, and then any connected subsystems. Yeah, maybe I don't dislike that idea. We would just need to cache the drive contents and then read from that instead of from the data table directly. So it's not a difficult refactor. But anything connected, anything that could be connected to, like, let's say a security terminal, right? Or Bob the janitor's computer, whatever. We just connect those devices. We can run programs and commands on them. Whatever you want. You don't like these lights being on? Fine. Turn them off. Although that was unpowering them, actually. Not turning them off. I can specify one, though. Easy shit. Why is that not indenting to the left? Could be that the nest amount is too high, or I'm dividing it by 2, but I need to change how that reads. Yeah, I'm using like the indices for that. Let me try something. We should be subtracting the current drive location. That should be rooting it out because we're already at a certain depth. That should be resolving itself. Let's see. We'll CD back into that folder. Is that not the... Oh, I put quotes there instead of a colon. That was the issue. I'm like, well, that's the right folder name. That's better. Yeah, it says nest amount 0. Am I updating that at some point? We're not really using this actually, but I still make it. What's up, Kent? How did you... Kent, how did you at anomalies in chat without the at symbol, but it shows his... How the fuck should you do that? Is that new? You can just like type somebody's name directly and it... Or does it get rid of the at now? I didn't notice that before. That one didn't work. Maybe you have to do the same... I don't know, keep trying it. I'm curious about that. It looks nice. You shouldn't nest that in...
You can't spell micro raptor games without gay. And boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
What does the console entry look like? Okay, it's not built yet. Oh, because we haven't found the start yet. Hold on. First one is 2.1, right? Folder 2. The nest amount is 1. Zero 1 0. Are we actually at 0 1 0? When it was moving 5. I mean, I see why I see the wrong math. I guess that would get progressively worse then for each multiple of 2 that we have. I'll try one thing, just see if it helps. Probably not, but I'll try it. Yeah. That's what I thought might happen. It's because our strings are in multiple of... Like, for each additional... I mean, I guess what I could do is instead of replacing each individually, I could look for doubles, but the first element is not going to have a double. I multiply that. My spaces are 1, 3, 5, 7. We need it to turn into 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 1 to 1, 3 to 2. This is very simple math. What is it though? Divide by 2 plus the modulo? I think that would do it. Divide by 2 plus the remainder. Well, it's always divide by 2 plus 1 except when it equals 1. Let me try that and see what I broke. Oh, I pressed the T, but I forgot that I still had that key binding. Oopsies. That still fucks up with the depth. There's this one little nasty annoyance. Oh, it's rounding up with the division. I could convert it to a... I could convert it to a float for the sake of doing the math and then floor it. Why are you bitching at me? Be afloat. What are you doing? I mean, I could just convert it to a float here. It would make that a little bit nicer. Thanks, Rex. Rexy poo. Fuck you, why you still a bitch? Huh? Why you still nesting? Why are my folder 1 and 2 not... and 3 not at start? What are we doing? What is this? One minus 1, 0, true, plus 1. We floor, down. Oh, because I'm not doing like... I'm not doing the division. Why am I adding 1? Why am I adding 1? Why was I adding 1? The fuck? Fine. Why was I adding 1? What the hell? I'll get the nest amount too, and I'm gonna push them up against the wall. Just like I do with my girlfriends. Cut that. Don't put that in the VOD. But probably not if we're looping from root. And then I'll clean that up. Think that'll do it? No, it just broke it. What the fuck? We do set nest amount to that. I mean, this should resolve as true first, right? Our index would equal our nest amount. True. Oh, because I put that in the wrong box. That explains a lot. What's up, Strangeverse? How's it going? I think it will put a space between the last drive in the previous folder, or the last folder in the previous drive. Oh, now that I'm seeing it, maybe I kind of liked when it was all indented, +1. Maybe I'll keep that. Maybe I will keep that. It's good to have the right nest amount, though. That's not a bad fix. What am I up to today? Solving problems in ways that would make programmers angry. And just generally chilling. Once we have the tree command fixed, we can just take it easy, implement directory, and then chill out for the rest of the day. I actually resolved this without recursion. There is no recursion in this. I did do recursion yesterday, but there's no recursion with this. Even though it can loop infinitely to the point where it can go as deep as it needs to, but without recursion. If I told you how it's done, it's gonna make coders angry. I'm not smug. I'm not smug. It's not a good solution. A coder will have to come back and rewrite this. It needs complete rewriting. It's not inefficient. It's just not correct. You know? It's like a malformed child, right? Like, the child can still be a child and it still functions like a child. But it would be better if you didn't have a malformed child. I'm going to the bathroom, baby. Give me a sec. it shouldn't create technical debt. There shouldn't be very much technical debt here. It's something that a proper coder would be able to resolve pretty quickly. It's just, it stumps me. It's not inefficient, it's not causing any like hitch or anything. It's just the way that it's being done is silly. You know, Balatro is a whole bunch of if statements behind the scenes, right? But that still runs on mobile platforms, so. The solution I took here is a non-standard one. And not the greatest one, but it does function. And that's the most important part. For the demo especially. Okay, we need to... I think that's all working now. I did say I wanted to add a space, right? Yeah, that's it. Our game is not in production yet, thankfully. I'm a little scared of when that day will come. But hopefully we'll have some funding, we'll have some people. Yeah, when testing from root, we'll add a space. Oh, that's exactly what I was going to do here. I just forgot to plug it in. Or something along the lines of that. What do I think of interface abuse? What do you mean? Like blueprint interfaces? Or some other kind of interface? I've never heard of interface abuse. What do you mean? Like just using blueprint interfaces for everything? Even like the simplest interactions? Using interfaces to avoid casting? If you're at the point where you're having to cast so much that your alternative is to use interfaces, I think that is... I think that that person needs to learn about like actor components. In my opinion. I mean, casting's great. Like there's no point casting if, or there's no problem casting if you know that that thing is going to be loaded or if that resolution is going to succeed. In fact, a cast that you know will succeed is faster than a blueprint interface call because the BPI call has to resolve, whereas the cast just checks. There's a little kind of unknown fact about casting and BPIs. I mean, it's negligible in the grand scheme of things, right?
Wrong.
Actually, not wrong. And I can point you to the video that shows that. How's it going? Look, you guys, just spam that for everything I say, even if it's right. I think it'll rage bait me enough. Like, no, it's not. The fuck do you mean, chat? But I think casting is fine. You know, if you ever do like a, you know, an object load from an asset, or if you're storing things as objects and you know that it's only either going to be an actor component or, you know, an actor itself, right? Well, you have to do that test somehow. So just check if it's an actor, and if it fails, then it's an actor component, you know? I guarantee you that in your game, actor and actor component are already loaded classes at like every single moment. So it's a very fast cast because it doesn't have to load anything. It's not creating dependencies. Your game already depends on actor and actor component. But if it's, you know, if you're starting to get the cast chains where it's loading specific classes and you are abusing that, I think that is as bad as abusing. I don't think abusing components to avoid casting is necessarily bad, but I think that using too many BPIs as a replacement to finding better ways of communicating between components or actors does start to get a little messy. This is the space platformer, Denalito. I'm working on a gameplay command line interface. Cast in a loop. It depends what you're casting to. What is being cast to? Like a specific actor? Or just actor, actor component, game instance? I will cast and tick if I'm prototyping sometimes. But then I obviously replace that, right? Colliding actor array. And then like casting to actor, like get all overlapping. Or get all colliding actors and then casting to them to see if they are of a specific class. That kind of thing. That looks better. We do need a directory though. Okay, if I'm understanding it correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. You already have a class filter here, so why not just like do it this way, right? And I think you can run that on any shape component. It does say target is primitive though. Unless we need to check for multiple different actors. If more than one class, what I would do is do this, get all overlapping actors. This is fast, by the way. And then when you're testing each, if you really do need to test each, you can either do does object implement interface or get a component. Abusing storing references, using that everywhere instead of casting to BPIs. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, you can make a game that works if that's fine, especially if you're just loading one level and it's not like some super big open world game. But it will create memory bloat. I don't think interfaces are underappreciated. I will use interfaces, but I will use them oftentimes to contact components. The reason being is that a component can be added at runtime. A BPI cannot. So I'd rather use a component to make more modular classes and then use interface calls to interact with them. So I might do something like, does it implement our interaction component? And then I will add, you know, I will do oops, not that. I will do a message call specifically to that. Now, at a time where I'm testing something every tick, I think that I don't know the use case, right? But I don't think there are many use cases where you would have to check something every tick. And if you know that you're doing some complex testing every tick, I would try to lower the actor's tick rate from every frame to like every, 5 times every frame or every second. Alternatively, what I would do is I would use register and unregistering practice. So when something overlaps, I register it and I store it, and I can, do checks against that array, and then unregister it when it gets destroyed or it ends overlap, which technically it'll run end overlap if it gets destroyed. And that way I would avoid having to do a lot of like tick checking. A good example of where I actually do that is with my resonant induction device here. I only test the initial overlap or end overlap, or if this actor were to get destroyed, or this one too, actually. And they just communicate with each other on very simple terms like that. We can see that my resonant induction device that spawned is oh, this one is, hold on, that's for the debug. But the actual power provider, this is the component that I'm using, is not ticking. Actually, this one is, because it is line of sight, I think. And line of sight, we do need to update because I check line of sight. Yeah. If I turn that off, it won't do that. That's the one that is line of sight, and then this is our one that isn't. And this just communicates through events, because I don't need to tick that. Which is pretty big. 1 year programming, never used BPIs, don't understand them well. So a BPI is a way to call functions without having to check whether or not you're using the right object first. You just attempt to send a function call to it, and it fails silently. And you can test any object if it implements that interface. So it's a very simple and typeless way of implementing logic calls or gathers or sending information between two objects without caring what those objects are. So the benefit is the typeless way of using BPIs means that I don't care what two objects are. I can still communicate with them. All that is needed is that they implement the same interfaces, as opposed to casting, which requires that it be a specific thing. So the BPI I can make, for instance, I can add a component, my interaction component, to any actor in the scene, and my interaction system will be able to communicate with it because it is typeless. It's just implementing this component, and that component has the interface. So I can, even at runtime, make something interactable or not just by adding or removing that component. Whereas if I made an interactable item, I can now only interact with that item. So BPIs are more disconnected and much safer, because if they fail silently. If an object doesn't implement an interface, it doesn't cause a crash. It usually doesn't prevent the flow of execution. It just, oh, you try to do an interface call, this doesn't implement that interface. Yeah, definitely, I would definitely recommend using them. Can it revive multiple calls at one time? What do you mean by that? Receive. Yes. Yeah, because they're just functions at the end of the day, or events. Every BPI function that you implement is an event, unless it has a return, in which case it converts that automatically to a function. Yeah, the execution pin after the BPI call will run as well. So you can handle failure, but you also don't have to worry about failure. However, I would recommend, if you use BPIs, just to always do a does object implement interface anyway. That way you might want to print an error. Oh, you forgot to implement this interface. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't. My friend made a very cool system that allows us to call dynamic events using timers. I did something like that for my my timed platforms, my moving platforms. You can specify certain events on the moving platforms to chain calls to other moving platforms. And that way we don't have to rely on like RNG or creating looping moving platforms for like speedrunners and stuff. It's very it will always be the same pattern. But I tend to prefer the component approach nowadays, because I just find them more, it's easier to work with, right? If I want one of these to, for some reason, let's say receive power and do something with that receiving of power, like, I don't know, turn off or destroy itself, all I have to do is add that component to the base class and then just connect into my dispatchers that I've already made. Which we could try. I could try doing that. Just for the lols, right? All I did was add it, and then I'm just gonna do power status updated is powered. We'll see if this causes a bug. A little bit close. It didn't destroy it. Tasteful folder name, yeah. Using custom events too much seems. This is 1/4 of the full event graph. Oh my god, what is this for? You can make multiple event graphs, by the way, if some of this stuff is like, I don't know, for input or splitting stuff up. Yeah, if you go into your graphs over here and you can just press the plus and you can make a new graph. The auction manager tells the game in what state I'm doing during auction and bidding. Oh. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's a case where there's too many events, but maybe there are ways that that could be put into functions, or, you know, the benefit of events are that events are able to implement latent actions, right? Like delays, you know, wait for a message kind of thing. Functions run or attempt to run within that tick, and they have returns, so you can return information. So maybe there's like events you want to connect up to each other, and it might be better to just make some functions that can parse that information, then return it, right? I think I know why that's not actually working. Doesn't matter. We don't plan to destroy those moving platforms with power anyway. I mean, there's no right way or wrong way to make your game if it works. But, you know, there is a level of complexity that will get deeper and deeper and then harder to maintain until you code yourself into a corner, and now you're fucked, right? And there's a few, like, always validity check everything. Always validity check. If you think that it could be destroyed or might not be valid at any point, validity check. Soft references are safer, and in most cases you can load those in the same frame and they're not going to cause an issue. And I would get really into the mindset of like registration and unregistration kind of mindsets. Turning off ticking for anything that doesn't need to tick. And only implementing tick if you actually need something to tick. Ticking is not bad in itself, but you know, you want to limit it. And yeah, I mean, those are kind of like the big ones. That's good. Yeah, I mean, just always checking validity is safe. Just having like those soft failures. But I can definitely tell you if something, you know, some things are just meaty, right? This is like this is a pretty big set of stuff to create interaction prompts and manage the showing and hiding of prompts when you are near interactables, right? And I've made sure to put this into a way that is modular, that is capable of receiving events from my other plugins. A public function can be called anywhere. A private function can only be called within that base class, and a protected function can be called in any class that it's a child of, that the class you're calling. So if you make like a base class and then make children, you can call protected and public, but not private. Private is only in the base, and then anything private can only be called within that base class, absolutely nowhere else. So it's a good way to like hide things that only need to be to be known to that class, that never should be called or done elsewhere. Like for instance, my set up the prompt collider is private because you never should call this manually ever. It's handled automatically. It subscribes through dispatchers to the parent class. It's all handled auto magically. It's like local variables on functions. Yeah, it's similar to that. Yeah. And you can make these by selecting the access specifier here. You can also, if for instance you have like a base class that you don't want, where do I have one maybe? Oh, I know a good one. So we have like an item slot base class here. This is the base class. I don't want people using this, so I can set it to a abstract class up here, and it will generate a warning if you ever put this base class into the game. But you can make children of this base class and then implement those. So that way it's kind of telling you you shouldn't use this. This is the base. You're supposed to make children of this and then modify that in custom ways. Should be there. Don't know why that was there. Was some pics in Discord? Okay, let me pull up Discord. What the fuck is this? One thing at a time. What are these pictures of? Oh, they're your component for receiving input? What was the last song? If it's accurate, that was the Starbound soundtrack. Mercury was the name. Yeah, I have a universal interaction. The really cool part is that it is completely agnostic to any other system in the game. So I can add dynamically and manage the reasons why you may not interact with something. And we have separated global and per actor interaction allowance or disallowance. So for instance, my separate climbing, because it is plugin based, I can prevent interaction with something that you are currently climbing, or everything when you have something picked up. I can hide this prompt, I can show this prompt, I can adjust how the prompt looks, because that is actually a separate plugin on top of the base, and it can receive events for every input type. As we can see here, we implement each input type, so started, canceled, completed, triggered, do once, and trigger tick, in addition to hover, do once, and unhover. And we can implement those same events in the parent actor if we ever want to use those for any reason. On top of that, I have interaction broadcasting of events, so I can have, using the same interaction components, having actors send messages, including typeless payloads between actor to actor. So it's really great for like, actually I use it over here. For these item slots, I have them using the interaction components to communicate with the little red pillars. And that's simply, oop. I can come in here. And I can even make them interact with all three of these just by adding them like this. So now it should turn on all three lights when we score that hoop. It didn't for the first one. Did I actually put it in there? That's weird. I don't know, those lights are kind of broken right now. Did I break this light? Wait. I did kind of half-ass their implementation. This one might have to receive a payload of whether or not it's being... Oh yeah, maybe this one is on hold. Oh no, I have no delay. Yeah. It's turning on and off in that instant because it is connected to the event of it being held. So now it should work. Light problem. There we go. So it's a really cool system, and this does use interfaces for that communication for two reasons. You can optionally... There's three states. Either it does not find a blueprint interface for the interaction, payload gathering, or requirement checking. And you can broadcast different data on different channels for different reasons. So you might have something that when you click it, it interacts with a set of doors or whatever, but also when you release the button or when something else happens, it can communicate with a set of different actors, and it's all modular there. And we can also specify requirements for that check passing or failing. Maybe the button you're pressing isn't powered on or something, or it's broken, and then we can build that payload completely custom to send information to the receiving actors. Which is pretty sweet. Yeah, mine can do different keys too, because it's just using enhanced input. In fact, mine switches input mapping context based on the type of object we're interacting with, because the grabbable items need to be grabbable, so they need to handle input slightly differently. So we, in the moment, switch out those input mapping contexts. I think I can debug that. Yeah, see it. And then these automatically switch if I plug in my PS5 controller. It's pretty sweet. Look at that. Now we have our input prompts for our controller we're using. Oops. And we can hide that. Like maybe sometimes we would want a specific actor or actor class to not have its prompt available for some reason. We can just come in here and disable that, or show only the hover prompt, for instance. So now you'll only see it when you hover over it. Good for like hiding some secret items that you can interact with, right? Or just not show it at all. BPC is the prefix for blueprint component. And this is all driven through MVVM, so there's actually, anytime you see UI elements here, there's no direct calls to the UI elements. And it also means that if for any reason we want to display, actually that's for everything, including the tooltip, which is another plugin of my interaction system, all MVVM, no direct communication with our widgets at all. It's all dynamically created and managed, including the charge bar there. I set out to create the best interaction system available, and I believe I have done so. We have tons of custom events that we can use with this, or even specify exactly where the interaction prompt will appear. I can set an offset. I can specify certain components where that interaction prompt will appear. Its opacity. And completely separated, ignore this is a prototype class. Completely separated actions for managing allowance and disallowance too. You can see here when my physics watcher component detects that the underlying component is moving too fast, we actually prevent it from being climbable until it is under a certain velocity. And that way you aren't able to climb items that are Well, you shouldn't be able to do that. I don't know why it allowed that. Theoretically, that should be the case. Maybe I broke that somehow. Great, now I have to fix it. Which light is this? Not that one. Oh, it's not calling the events. Alright. Yeah, maybe I broke something. Which one is this actually? This is number 4. Let's see. Kind of weird, it's not running the do ones. Oh, now it is. That bothers me. I don't know why that's over there. Okay, and play. We tick that because we have to check velocity every tick. It's very weird. Sometimes when I hit a breakpoint, it fails to update my MVVMs. But MVVM is in beta, so maybe there's a problem with that. Yeah, it's hitting our events. Primitive awake do once, primitive asleep do once. That is not the name of the event. Well, they're custom from the mesh route. Oh, because I'm not... Obviously, it's not calling the parent. And I think that fucks it up. Well, no, that shouldn't be a problem. I'm binding that, aren't I? Hold on. End simulation, awake, do once. No, I'm binding it. Okay. Am I actually running the listener setup? Well, that's from the parent. Of course we are. Sometimes I do notice dispatchers can get weird, especially if you like do a rename. These don't look like they're renamed. It's not the wrong object. The component looks right. It's registering, it's running, it's ticking, it's sending the calls. This should run too because it is powerable light, inherits from grabbable. It is not impossible that this is the issue. Because I was prototyping the light and I didn't implement the parent begin play call, which is overriding begin play, which means it isn't setting up listeners, which means it isn't binding those to span. That might have been it. That is the one downside of like having children classes, is making sure that you don't overwrite parent event calls. Now it's hitting that. Okay. That was my fault, not a bug. Just me forgetting something. Now, if I pick that up, we should notice it sending those. Yeah. Alright, now if we try to climb it, it's not going to do it. I'm using the old version of ALS. I like a lot of its animations, but I find that the IK is kind of messy. And I had to completely rewrite the climbing and mantling code with my own stuff. Okay, now it's working. Good news is we verified that it is not a bug and that I just fucked up. That's the best kind because that means you don't have to fix anything. Beautiful. Yeah, ALS is nice, but I had to rewrite all of its climbing and mantling because it's kind of shit and isn't very good for a platforming game. But the good news is I added a whole lot more functionality to all of that. Look at Gasp. I think I did. But I don't see anything wrong with this that we have now. It should do everything that we need for the game. Okay, even have corner handling for climbing. A lot more challenging than you would think. And then I tied the climbing and mantling into my own climbing system. So we can specify per actor if something should be climbable or not by. We assume that everything is climbable unless you implement a climbing component. And then we can manually disallow climbing on that. It's pretty cool. And I had to make sure that it was fully functional with physics-based items, because if you know anything about climbing on physics objects in Unreal, or any engine really, holy shit is it horrible. But I fixed that. God of War bridges? No. Everything will be climbable in Redlock. Because even though I have the ability to disallow it per actor, I feel like if we do that too much, it will create a sense of, what's the word for it? It'll be a lack of consistency, where now players don't know what they can and can't climb on, even though that they were shown and told before that they can climb on anything. So I don't think I'll probably use that functionality unless we really need to. But we do have the power to do it if we need to. But default, everything is climbable. Except for things that are like moving like that we don't want to be. Good news is these already implement the climbing component, so I can just come in here to the parent and easy fix. Problem solved. I don't think it's up to game design to convey. I think that it is inconsistent when you're developing a game where everything should be climbable to suddenly have things that aren't. Oh, that's fun. We could use that for something. I like that. I mean, because it is a game design decision at the end of the day to how we communicate to the player, and communicating consistency to the player is very important. A physics demo, isn't that harsh? Got a lot more than physics in here. I have the best interaction component ever made by mankind. Allegedly. Disassembly, fabrication. That is good. It should feel like Half-Life. I think Valve does a really good job of making physics sandboxes. I have my item spawner with a custom algorithm to avoid objects, the player, and not penetrate into walls, and also spawn things far enough away from each other that they don't cause things to fly everywhere. I'm very proud of that. Although if it does fail for whatever reason, it will just add it to the player's inventory. But I'd say it's like 95 minimum percent valid. It succeeds 95% of the time. I guess you could stack. There's going to be one asshole on YouTube that just stacks the resource canisters to reach, like, I don't know, beating Redlock with only resource canisters, and all they do is just stack these and then climb them. I can't wait to watch that YouTube video. I do want to add a different camera angle too for when you're doing fine tuning, I think. Maybe just switch to first person. You don't like when people break games. I think for me it depends on the game that I'm making. But I'm purposefully trying to make a sandbox that doesn't tell you the right way to do something, it just gives you tools. If you think of a game like Deus Ex, Prey, System Shock, the one thing that these have in common is a game design philosophy called player-owned solutions. So as a developer, you don't design solutions, you design problems. And you design the tools that the player can use to solve those, but the player owns the solution to a puzzle. A problem might be a door that's really high up. And there are many ways that the player can go about this. But there's a difference between using systems to maybe exploit versus actually like glitching the game, right? So someone skip an entire section and pray with goo gun. I mean, that's exactly the idea. That's exactly the idea, is that the designers and developers added the goo gun as a way to platform, specifically. I mean, that's exactly what they the first time you find the goo gun in the game, I believe that you have to platform to obtain it on the goo that you find. So by its very nature, they set out to allow you to not really break the game, but find creative pathways and design your own pathways. Oops. That wasn't very stable. Oops. It's kind of harder with control. I don't know why, but I'm not used to stacking things with the controller, and I forget to drop the item. But I have to play more with the controller. Our demo will be fully playable with controller native gamepad support, with the right glyphs. No Steam API necessary. I only played through Prey once, but it was fun. I do actually allow you to disassemble schematics too. That one might come back to bite me in the ass, but we can prevent that if we want. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I need to prevent the player from disassembling schematics. The door push me should be able to. This is not physics based or anything. For now. For now. God, I gotta clean this blueprint up. I could make it physics based. I don't really see a need to make this physics based, but I could. My colleague Cutsper, he does have a like amnesia-like physics-based grabbing and pulling of things for opening doors and drawers. I didn't see a need for it in this game, but there might be other games where we use that. He's using that for one of his projects. I am drinking flavored water. Okay, we don't need this open right now. I don't need this open. Don't need that. Don't need that. Might need this. We need to implement the directory command as the last thing for the day. This one should be ridiculously easy compared to the previous ones, thankfully. What flavor? This one is raspberry. I used to buy the individual packets, but I found out that they sell it in bulk, so I have to kind of like eyeball it, but it is cheaper than buying the individual packets. I'm here in Poland, so I can just buy this on like Allegro. Called Bolero. And I've been buying these packets here. And they have a lot of nice flavors. I think most of their flavors are pretty good. And it is flavored with stevia, not like aspartame or anything. Hey Yins, how long have you been working on this project? This one, that's a good question. It hasn't been every day, but I don't know when we started working on this. It's been quite a while. It's been over a year that we've been working on it, but of course it hasn't been every day. The total days of development probably would be close to like, it's gotta be like between 100 and 150. just with a focus on these core systems, making things modular and decoupled, and making the gameplay fun. Yeah, days is kind of misleading because some days it's like I work for a couple hours, or I'm thinking about the design of something, but I'm not working an engine. The game was originally just going to be a precision platformer. So if you think of a game like Only Up, but with a story and like, you know, actual environments that you platform in. Sure, save all this, who cares? Actually, don't wait, hold on, don't save this. Give me a sec. These were deleted. Resonant induction device, moving platform. Why are you drinking? Well, what time is it for you? Hopefully it's not 11:57 a.m. for you as well, as you're taking shots of a liquor. We first set out, because we had made these platforming mechanics, right? And we set out to make a blockout level using those mechanics, and so that's what we did here, right? By the way, there's gonna be some broken stuff here because we tested it, we verified it. Now we're gonna make a bunch of components, and then we're gonna come back and remake this level from scratch. So hopefully what I show you is still kind of working. No, it is not. Let's go up to room 2 then. So I've never worked on a precision platformer before, only a turn-based 2D strategy game, a light simulator, a survival game, a slight, like, mild RPG survival game, and then a arcade game. So I wanted to, like, make a level that I wanted to make a precision platformer game, but one that felt a bit more like you were platforming in an environment that actually existed, as opposed to just it being gamified. So we tested this out with people, refined our movement and mantling, and I think that was a good success. We had nothing but positive reviews for it, except that people were frustrated because they found it difficult, but that's okay. And it was about like 2 to 3 hours of gameplay for this. I did not expect that. I thought it was only going to be like 30 minutes of gameplay. 30 minutes to an hour. I totally underestimated that, but that's a good thing. However, this is only the first level of the facility, are these 3 rooms that you have here. So the game was intended to be about 4 to 5 times as long as what you see here. And I got a bit afraid because I felt like the gameplay wasn't interesting enough to sustain a length of, 25, 30 hours. Although I like that number as a whole, because I think that's a really good length for a single player game like this. So I had to go back to the drawing board. I had to think, okay, people like the platforming element to this. They like the lore, they like the world, but it feels like we're not utilizing the world and lore to its fullest. So I decided to overhaul the game a bit, keep the lore, keep the planet, the universe, everything the same, except now I'm going to make it more of a puzzle platformer with immersive sim elements. So we've added in a whole lot of like sandbox systems to allow you to define how you platform. So we might have sections in the game that are a bit more standard like this, right? Where you are just platforming between existing elements, jumping on rocks floating in the lava, except I just missed because I'm stupid and didn't jump. And then we have sections that might be more like the one above this one, which are developed sections of the facility. You can see here, I think that the platforming is quite nice. It's quite fun, good for speedrunners. We have some alternate pathways. Jesus Christ, I suck at this game. I haven't played in forever. Ugh. I got very lucky on that. This is an alternate pathway, actually. It's a time skip, as the speedrunners would call it. And so this is how the game might start, is you just learning to platform, getting familiar with the movement, the controls, and then we can start to, Jesus Christ, implement the sandbox elements in some of the new systems. And you'll start as you move up the facility, right? Because this is a facility that was still in development. It was being mined out to develop the final level, but that's when the accident occurs. As you move up, you start to get into the developed part of the facility, in which case the first one that you'll encounter is the water synthesis area. So this is where they would take metallurgy runoff and capture the hydrogen and oxygen residuals and garbage from the metallurgy plant up on level 3 of the facility, and they would pipe it down to this level of the facility to synthesize it into water. So you have these synthesizer machines, and then you have big tanks where they would store the water, right? This is mud. Doesn't look like it, but it's mud. It's sticky. You can't really move as fast. And you have to kind of like find your way to platform in an area that, well, it doesn't have lava, right? But it's chaotic. It's destroyed. There's fallen debris. And this is where you would then get into those elements of, well, we don't really care how the player gets up to where they need to go. You need to find your pathway. So fun thing is with lumen ghosting is that you will actually get worse lumen quality with primitives. The higher poly the models you're using provides more points of data for lumen to create better shadows and calculate the light bouncing. So funnily enough, if you are developing a game with low to medium poly, or you're using blockouts like this, you're going to get worse lumen quality than if you're using nanite level models. Which is one of the reasons why they tell you to use nanite and lumen together, because they're built for it. It is a little known fact. So yeah, this is going to have ghosting and look like shit because it's just primitives for blockout. And then we would replace this with the actual assets. It's not a parkour game though, and I hope that people don't look at this and think, oh, it's parkour. I don't like this being thought of as a parkour game or some fast-paced game. It's slower paced, it's intimate, sandbox, platforming. Should I try the time skip? I'm gonna try the time skip. This one's really hard. I usually fail at this one. And this is designed. I did put this here specifically for speedrunners. God, I hate this jump. Ugh. Fuck, I missed. That is a really hard jump to make. But it saves you from crawling in the vents. The ventilation shaft. Oh, that's an elevator. But the ventilation shaft is kind of cool too. It's very dark in it though. A little bit too dark. But this was good for testing our dynamic camera. which I think is quite nice. So we want it to be like that in the same vein. Like your goal in the game is there's only one. It's escape. Escape the facility. Like we aren't going to have quests or objectives showing up on the screen. You only have one goal. Escape. And there should be multiple ways to do that. You can skip levels if you're creative enough. You can find different solutions to puzzles. You can skip puzzles entirely. You don't have to really do anything. Of course, it might take you a lot longer, but we want to enable people to do crazy playthroughs or find secrets that other players didn't find. You know, maybe there's some ways that you can build or stack a couple of boxes here to jump over to here. And you would skip a lot of time if you did that. But you'd have to get 2 boxes up here, and maybe you would have to throw them from down there up on top of here and then jump on top of here. You know, did you really save a lot of time? Maybe. That's for speedrunners to worry about. But the reason why you don't really have any of those new sandbox mechanics that we have added in our test map is because that was before. This was before we added those. Should add a coin pusher machine. I technically could add our coin pusher reloaded coin machine to this game. I theoretically could. It'll be fun to redesign these 3 levels though, and see if we can use them as a way to what's the word? Naturally tutorialize, right? I hate obvious in-your-face tutorials, and we'll try to. Actually, who brought up? It was Brutalski. I think you brought up Prey earlier, right? Or was that you, Strangeverse? Where the goo gun is introduced to you. Yeah, it's Valvean, right? It's very much Valve does the same thing. They did that with Portal. Everybody remembers finding the Portal gun because you don't start Portal with the Portal gun. You find it in one of the testing chambers as it is rotating, firing the portal, right? Prey did this with the goo gun. They don't tell you how to use the goo gun. They show you the goo, and it leads you to the gun. And so we want to tutorialize some of these mechanics in the same way, right? The game will start off with you doing the simple precision platforming, probably the same as you would find down here in this first level. Obviously it might look different, but you won't be doing anything so spectacular as to need to pick up objects, right? That might be like an ability that you can unlock or pick up or something, right? Like finding the Pip-Boy at the end of the vault in Fallout 4. So we'll keep it simple, right? Jump, climb, learn the controls, alternate pathways, see how you feel, get used to the camera changing when you have your back up against the wall, learn to crouch, learn to jump and not fall like an idiot, get punished for it. And then we can start to introduce, you know, like here, we don't have any of the moving platforms here. We first introduce the platforms here with the timed ones. And then the room above this is your first introduction to the actual moving platforms. Jesus Christ, dude, I missed that. Oh my god, I fucking suck at this game. Also, introduction, we have the hazards too. So this is where you kind of like first get introduced to radioactivity. I used to be able to do this perfectly. If you go back on my previous streams where we were working on this, I could do deathless runs of this entire thing. Like 30-minute speed run of this whole thing. No deaths. Now I suck. This is what happens if you use AI, by the way. Instead of learning how to like code yourself. I recorded it. One of my recordings, I recorded the speed run. Oh, dude, we also have the timed platforms here that fall and destroy. These are fun. I like those. I like those ones. Yeah. The hazards are going to be broken in this level right now, though, because I completely refactored them. But you would be taking a blade of damage here. And then if you ran out of a blade of, you would be taking health damage. Thank you. Half-assed prototype elevators for being pieces of shit. What happened to the camera game? Oh, System Break? That might be the next game that gets worked on after Redlock. I owe it to Cutsper. And a lot of the systems that we're making here are going to be reused in System Break. Not all of them. You can restore your blade of there. So, you know, one thing at a time. This is the boring map. You know, this is just our testing map to make sure everything works and to try it out. Then we will take all this, go back and remake those, the proper levels that are going to be fun. And we plan to make 3 of them for the next demo. There will be a platforming map, a safe puzzle map, and then a hazardous platforming and puzzle map. It'll be fully playable with gamepad, 100%, with placeholder visuals, of course, so block out. But it should be fun and have good level design, and we'll see people like the new gameplay. You know, Call of Duty is finally going to start reusing assets and code instead of starting from scratch over and over again. I didn't know that they were doing that. Because they were pumping out games so fast, I kind of thought they were reusing stuff. Would have been the smart thing to do, right? Our effect system is pretty cool, though. We have proximity-based effect colliders that we can add as components. And we can fully combine components too. And effects. Like this is actually one big effect that we treat. We treat all 3 of these colliders as one same effect. And then take your proximity to the closest. In this debug case, the yellow dot. As the calculation. So we can like make malformed, irregular shaped hazards this way. Is pretty sweet. And I even with the refactor I actually made it so that any actor, not just the player, can receive effects. So we can have like an alarm that detects when a radioactive rock is too close to it, and then have that, I don't know, keep a door closed, right? Because it's a safety measure. And that's all driven through components, which is really, really cool. I didn't really show you guys the item slots. But we can we can set down these item slots and they can test against any actor class. With different methods for like either holding the item and allowing you to pick it up afterwards and remove it. Validation, which just validates the class. Good for like key card systems, I think. Like, you know, smack the key card against the checker. Consume one shot, so that just takes the item and consumes it. This will consume and reset the item slot, or hold it, but not allow you to pick it back up. Yeah, I do have certain ideas around the lore. I will read out the lore blurb for you guys who are pretty new here or haven't heard it before. I gotta find it. But it is a hard sci-fi game set in, let's say, a believable future where humanity has made it into the stars, but it is not an easy venture, and there's still a lot of trouble, death, and what have you. Here it is. Here it is. It is not a take on capitalism. I don't really like the idea of talking about current day events or some ideological point of view with my story. It ages like milk, and it alienates people who disagree with your ideology, and I don't really like that. I'd rather be more philosophical. Escapitalism, I like that. Okay, this is the pitch. This is long-winded, but I wrote it. And it covers the lore and the gameplay to expect. So it is like the full pitch for the game. Lower the music a bit. On the tidally locked, extremely harsh exoplanet of Kuakua, this is a real planet, by the way, LHS 3844b if you look it up, Exolith Extraction hurriedly prepares the mining facility known as Redlock, fronting as yet another foray into the unknown for a well-established company. Redlock has been tasked with excavating a secretly discovered motherlode of halenium. Halenium, an extraordinarily priceless material that enabled humanity's traversal across the stars, only exists in the deep crustal layers of celestial bodies. Exolith Extraction, already digging deep into their pockets to fund this revolutionary excursion nearly 50 light years from Earth, forces Redlock's management to speed up drilling, safety be damned. Kuakua's light side, where Redlock is located, suffers under a 1000 Kelvin temperature, debilitating solar flares and tumultuous seismic activity. As the safety supervisor, you wisely warn the miners to ensure that geological and microseismic stress mappings are within safe boundaries, but your pleas are lost. Redlock management, their hands forced by those above, explicitly relay to double the speed and skip the normal procedures. Tragically, the excavation into the mantle is interrupted by a deadly mining-induced rock burst. Miraculously, once the dust is cleared, you find yourself alive at the bottom of the rubble, your exosuit having saved your fall. With much of the facility destroyed, you must find your way to the surface and hopefully meet up with rescue personnel. This is where the game starts, of course. However, here at level 6 of Redlock, that's nearly 3 kilometers of destruction, radiation, hazardous gases, and cryogenic spills that are between you and safety. In this harsh and immersive hard sci-fi game, you'll ascend in your own way. Disassemble items throughout the facility, using their raw materials to fabricate new platforming tools. Expanding boxes, magnetic platforms, or even temporal stability fields that can stop items midair. Find or buy the schematics and the choice is yours. Not enough money to get that fancy Ruger Aerotech Magnoplat schematic? Loot the bunks and bodies of your fellow employees on your way up, or engage in exhilarating menial labor to have more funds added to your account, and for management to consider you for promotion. As you climb and salvage your way to safety, choose to be a good employee by repairing key systems in Redlock that have suffered catastrophic failure from the rock burst. Doing so will certainly make your run easier. Repairing the geothermal generators will give you more power to manage the facility systems with, and rerouting the hallucinogenic gases in the R&D lab will prevent you from encountering patches of the gas that make you see platforms and items that don't really exist. Or just blitz to the surface and compete with your friends for the fastest times. From level to level, puzzles of all kinds hide in plain sight. Discover the locker passwords of your fallen colleagues and claim the prizes within, or work out how to open up alternative pathways, caches of valuable items for disassembly, or even a new permanent ability for your exosuit. There's no one way to play Redlock. In fact, there are many. Redlock features a variety of gameplay difficulty options to fine-tune your ascension. Whether you desire a less harsh experience and easier puzzles, or want the game to only give you one life and spawn extra horrible solar flares, Redlock will abide by your wishes. Exolith Extraction formally invites you to join in humanity's deepest and most daring planetary colonization effort. With over 150 years of proven safety and success, Redlock will usher in a new era of space travel and technological advancements. No, it won't. This is kind of like a little end lore closer to like pitch you, like, look at us going to this new crazy place. Come be part of the future. Put yourself in the history books. Horrible failure. Billions of dollars wasted. But I want that to be like the main theme of the game is like humanity's hubris. So this is not anti-capitalism. This is not trying to make some weird statement for sure about, like, I don't know. Well, I feel like half the games are an allegory to Donald Trump these days. Jesus Christ, that's annoying. I want this to be about like humanity's hubris of trying to tame nature and the unknown, and we always seem to bite off more than we can chew. In addition to, how would humans feel giving up everything and everyone they know to go to a planet where you can't even enjoy a day-night cycle? There's no greenery. You can't look at the sun or, you know, the star of that system. And you're just in this like metal and concrete prison where they have to artificially change the colors of the facility to simulate a day-night cycle so that your circadian rhythm doesn't implode. It does explain why the entire facility is fucked. They were mining out the level 6 of the facility, so the final level, when a rock burst occurs. A rock burst is a spontaneous, violent failure of rock that can occur in high-stress mines. Although mines may experience many mining-reduced seismic events, only the tremors associated with damage to accessible mine workings are classified as rock bursts. And this is particularly more likely to happen in planets with already high seismic activity, which this one is because it is so close to its host star. If we go back to this map, this is the lore accurate size of the star that you would see in the sky. This is a very real planet. This is LHS 33844b. It is believed to be a tidally locked planet. Where is its distance from the star? I always forget where we can find that. It's here somewhere, but it is there. I wanted to get all the science accurate. This is very real. This is our star Batsu and our planet Kuakua. There are silly names, but you know, I wanted a real place. I wanted a very real place. This is our daytime temperature on the day side. About 712 Celsius. It doesn't destroy everything, but it is a seismically active planet that this rock burst was so detrimental, and they could have avoided it, that it causes a fracture. So this is very real. This happens. I mean, if you look at really seismically active planets that exist within our solar system, it's constantly churning over that mantle. Exolith Extraction thought they could build a facility there. They were building the facility there. They were taking precautions until they were kind of forced to get down into this halenium part of the crust because that's where all the money is going to be, right? They had spent a fucking fortune on this. So again, it's this hubris of, why did natural disaster occur? Or why did, disaster occur? Oh, because proper safety protocols weren't followed. There's like 99% of disasters on our world are man-made because we failed to follow proper safety protocols. And I kind of want to show that, like, the more things change, the less they change. Oh yeah, it's a distance of around 0.00624 AU. So it takes about 11.11 hours to complete an orbit. But because it's tidally locked, the one side of the planet always faces the sun. That's what tidally locked means. Our own moon is actually tidally locked to the Earth, which is why when you look at the moon or like pictures of moon, you'll only ever see the exact same side of it. It'll look like this in every single picture. The dark side of the moon, exactly. Because that same side of the moon is always the dark side. You have two wolves inside of you. It is kind of cool though. Like I love the concept of tidally locked planets and orbital bodies. It also means that there is what is called a twilight zone, which is that halfway point. Although, here it would be on the outer edges, right? Because the moon's a floaty. Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're right. So I'm aiming for like 8 to 9 on the scale of hard sci-fi. And if you're wondering what hard sci-fi means, it means like believable, accurate science. Something, of course, like halenium doesn't exist. I have to make some things up to help cater to the lore, but I want it to feel more like, it should feel kind of like Star Citizen. To some extent, Starfield was hard sci-fi. The Expanse is hard sci-fi. Yeah, I want this to be like a material that is so deep in the crust on Earth that we couldn't really detect it, and when we found it in tiny amounts. And so what exolith extraction does, the way they got really successful is they found a larger but not very big discovery of that on one of the planets in our solar system, and used that with the help of other companies on the Earth, probably the Fusion Dynamics company, I forget the name of them, it's an Australian company, to develop the first fusion drives to help us get to beyond the Sol system. And they were using different forms of spectrometry to check other planets for potential larger forces, larger loads of this, because of course that's money, right? A very, very expensive, very rare element, and they secretly discovered Motherlode. So they created the Redlock project and hired people and prevent certain forms of communication as a way to say, oh look, we're going to this faraway place, we're doing it for great reasons and be part of history, but secretly there's a Motherlode there. So that's going to be part of like the mystery you discover, is why were they even there? And it's because of this super ultra Motherlode of this rare material, which is why they want it up and running. They want it fast, but it's taken multiple years just to get down deep enough in the crust of Uakua to actually start mining it. And the whole trip itself took, I think, about like 80 years is the way that I put it in the lore. So there were, we've developed cryogenics. We can put people to cryo sleep, but it's not perfect. In fact, a lot of people lose their lives because the cryo sleep pods aren't perfect, and it's still a new science. So it takes a long time to get there. They're building this out. It'll take time for the transport ships, which were sent soon after the first ship was sent from exolith extraction, as a way to say, okay, we think it'll take about 5 years to get down into the crust, so we are going to send a ship 5 years after that one as a way to pick up the materials, right? It's a lot of logistics to cover from the lore standpoint, but I have roughly outlined the timeline for things here. Also, every single employee will have a name on Redlock, because we actually need it for one of our systems. So we're very much like Prey from Arcane Studios, where they had all the employees with names so that you could find them and figure out their fate. Will be kind of a similar idea. But here you'll be using it to steal their valuables that they had hidden away in their lockers. Because who doesn't love kleptomania? Yeah, so some people survived. The problem is that you were the safety supervisor overseeing the expansion, right? Let me show you what it kind of looks like. Oh wait, overlay. The facility kind of looks like this. 3 kilometers deep. With different levels being built out of the sides. So, you know, like top level, we of course have the solar radiation shield up here. That breaks actually with the rock burst, so there will be very, very bad solar flares. You will be able to melt your character and die if you get caught in the main shaft during that. And so they were developing the final layer of this, right? This was, I would say, under construction, this part here. And you're down here at the bottom. That's where you are, overseeing the expansion into the final level of the facility. And that's when that rock burst occurs, because you're like, guys, seismic activity, what are you doing? Stop mining. We haven't stress tested this yet. We don't know if we're mining into an air pocket and it's going to cause a collapse. But the foreman was rushed by the facility manager, who himself was rushed by exolith extraction corporate back on Earth. And so you fall. Your Ruger Aerotech Mark 7 exosuit protects you by dispensing what's called reactive foam. So it detects if your velocity is too high by using an accelerometer, and dispenses a foam that can not save you fully, but it cushions falls. And so some of your suit is going to be a bit damaged. You probably won't have access to your comms equipment, because that will get destroyed in the fall. And a lot of other people have been crushed by rubble. So of course the reactive foam is good if you just land on your back or your side. It's not great if a boulder lands on top of you. So everybody who is alive above you has likely already made their way up and escaped. So you're down here, and your goal is to break into a little cavern that has exposed itself from the rock burst. And I will show you in orange maybe. Your pathway is going to look roughly like this, right? Where you're moving between level to level to get to that escape. It's generally how the game is going to be experienced. So you will have to go into this main shaft to move between sections. Of course, this is just like a cross section, right? So it's not representing the actual cylinder that the shaft has been, it's been mined like. But there are, you know, sections that are safer. So if you fall here, you're just gonna be back in this room. But if you fall here, yeah. So you better hope that you have turned on the emergency station elevators in each of the levels to help you get back up. Yeah, uninstall, man. There are ways. There's two major factors here. So normally when the facility detects a breach in the solar shield, it is going to close very large physical emergency station airlocks. But because of the rock burst, there will be more seismic activity. Yeah, we might do more seismic activity in between. But so what's supposed to happen is these mechanical, massive mechanical, thick metal airlocks are supposed to move over to seal off each level. But because of the rock burst, it's sheared the whole facility. And they will only be able to jut out partially. So what that means is that if you're looking, top down on the facility, if you have these emergency station airlocks jutted out, which you have to, tell the facility to do in some cases from the gameplay CLI interface, right? You're in the, I don't know, level 5 facility management computer, right? Like you got into here, you found the password or whatever, and you can specifically turn on or power that emergency station airlock. It's now going to jut out partially. So now when you're in the main shaft, you could get caught there and you won't fall to the full bottom. You'll just fall to that level. And different levels may have that at different, cross sections. So eventually if you turn them all on, you might get a nice kind of waffle shape where the only actual dangerous part of falling into is here. And anywhere here you get saved. And then additionally, there will be a emergency station elevator that can go between each level. But those have to be powered on. So that's why the power subsystem and managing the facility power is so important. So there are methods to prevent you from fully failing if you fall. And there is a gameplay option to turn on teleporting between checkpoints you have unlocked if you want. But there might be a default mode of you have to jump back up. I want this to be friendly to people of all different types of, play experiences. Especially because the game is a lot longer than like some, 4-hour precision platformer, right? But for the hardcore enthusiasts, we are going to have options where if you fall, you got to get back up. No teleporting. 1 life. No saving for the crazies. We'll have that. So don't worry. Don't worry. Hopefully that makes sense. It is a very complex facility. There won't be any like food or water or survival shit. I feel like you're already surviving in the facility as it is. Having solar flares and coronal mass ejections of plasma. I think that's already pretty nasty. Although that only is really relevant when you're in the main shaft. You can mine. I did mention that in the lore. I very briefly mentioned it. I would not be surprised if people just didn't think much of it. Loot the bunks and bodies of your fellow employees on your way up, or engage in exhilarating menial labor to have more funds added to your account or resources. So of course, normally the mining lasers would automatically be conveying or moving and transporting ore to the crushers, right? Well, you can pick up the ore yourself and throw it into the crusher to obtain funds to your account. So these are called tokens, because of course there's no need for space bucks or dollars on Redlock. You're not escaping Redlock. This is you signed up for this. They might have lied to you about some things. So they have their own currency that you get rewarded if you work harder or do certain things. I want it to feel a little bit kind of inhuman. It's not really inhumane. It's like dehumanizing, I think is a good way to put it. And so you can, you know, pick up, let's say this is ore, and you can throw it in the crusher yourself. +1 token for your account. But also this will give you, like, if you're crushing ore, it's going to be adding metals to your account, right? So there is a way to infinitely obtain resources. It may just take a lot longer or be less efficient than, you know, actually disassembling things, right? Either through the use of grenades or disassembly grenades, or through the use of the disassembly chamber, which is kind of the intended way of slowly and methodically disassembling shit and people's personal trinkets, chairs, tables, what have you, and getting the resources that way. And then you'll find schematics, or you might need authorization, right? So some of the things that you can fabricate require that you have authorization to actually make them. So people in the R&D lab are the only ones who can are authorized to print the resonant induction devices, I believe. But you can get authorization by finding a computer with R&D admin access and then authorizing your employee ID with authorization to print that. Another intended use case of the gameplay CLI stuff, right? That we're working on now. And then you would have access to a bunch of R&D schematics. But you shouldn't need that to beat the game. It will just help you beat the game easier. It will make, you know, you can fabricate items that will make certain things easier. But I want everything to be optional in that way. Maybe you don't find that computer. Maybe you don't find the password. Maybe you don't see that you can authorize yourself for that. Games should still be completable. And so that way speedrunners or people doing challenge runs can, you know, play it in completely different ways. There might be some, you know, optimal way, or maybe a specific speedrun challenge of boxes only, or, you know, not solving any puzzles. You'll get the promotion one way or another. Yeah. I like the idea of, like, you are the facility, and in some ways the company is your antagonist here. Very like player versus nature and player versus hubris almost. And then on the way, of course, you know, you will find like the dead bodies of people who got killed during the rock burst, and there might be some audio logs, little lore snippets, ways to learn about the universe with little breadcrumby ways. You can read people's, you know, emails or text messages or something on their terminals. But that's, you know, a lot of that's flavor. A lot of that's just flavor. Help get into the lore. It is ambitious. I mean, we have most of the systems already here, right? It's the difficult part is, of course, always all the art assets, the sounds, making sure it works, getting it working with save game. But I've worked on bigger games, and we do want to take this to early access with like the first 1 to 2 levels of the game, and then just build it up with the community. So we're gonna start small, make sure the gameplay is fun, because if the gameplay is fun and people like the vision, and hopefully you guys like the idea and the vision as I'm explaining it, and for sure the gameplay, then I think that we can absolutely make a pitch that will seem very opportune to the publishers or to some investors. And not as expensive as you would think, because it is mostly it's gameplay driven, systems driven. But this is what I do best, is make systems. Except for the tree command. We don't talk about the tree command. But yeah, let me know what you think of the whole game idea. And whether or not you think the 3 tags puzzle platformer sandbox with immersive sim elements. You think that that fits and it feels accurate to what I've described. Okay, the length of this should only ever equal 1. We should be able to use this string array to print the directory. Now, it depends on if we want... I'm not going to include these elements yet. We're just going to print the names. And this has to include folders and files, which, again, this should have it, because we've already built that. Sounds good on paper. Wish you luck. I'm going to go for now. Catch a few hours of sleep. Nice. Have a nice sleep. Does sound good on paper, though. Now we have to make it. I do have fun playing with these things that I made, but of course, you know, I need to get them into your guys' hands. In actual levels. The good news is I have 2 level designer friends, professional level designers, who have said that they'd be super interested in making levels. I probably would have to teach both of them a little bit of blueprinting and for sure how our components work and how they can use them. And then what we'll probably do is host like a little competition with the people in our team, and everybody is going to make a level of whatever focus that they want, and we'll just see which ones are fun and maybe do it again after we play each other's, because maybe that'll give us some new ideas. And then we'll probably just either share all of them with you guys after we fix bugs with them, right? Or we'll see. Make an in-game level build. I can only tell you it would be great. I just don't know what's required for that. I know that Unreal Engine 5 modding has become easier than it used to be, but I have absolutely no clue what's required for that. We would have to get some competent programmers on our team, and that would be like a let's call it a stretch goal. Certainly not on early access release, maybe not on full release, but if the game does well enough and we can afford it and think that we can achieve it, I would love it. I would love it. The only trouble is, like, with Portal 2, they were really smart, because of course they were, and they developed a game in a way that made it so that you could have rooms, but maybe we could do something similar where it's not like you're playing a full level but playing rooms. I don't know. I don't want to think about it right now because it scares me. It's such a big scope increase. Yeah, have a nice sleep, dude. Nice talking to you, and I really enjoy sharing my game with you, and I hope that you guys like the sound of it. It's a very small game, isn't it? Very, very easy. 2 months. 2 months of work. 2 years later. I'm just joking. It's big. It is ambitious. But I think we can do it with a good core team of 10 to 15 people. Small step for you, large step for 3D artists. I don't think it's a difficult game to make from my point of view, but I'm a systems designer, right? So I make the systems. I see the game from that perspective, but it is a game that is very, very art heavy. We'll need a good sound designer because we have a lot of sounds. We'll probably need a dedicated lighting artist for managing lumen. And I think we can do it with 2 to 3 programmers. Most of what I've made is mostly like production ready. And producer, an additional designer would be great. Of course, if I'm managing the team, ain't no way I'm gonna have time for low-level design. No, I do not. I'm not a solo dev. I don't want to be a solo dev. I'm aiming for a 10 to 15 person team, and we stay at that size forever. Dedicated core, super giant type team, if you are familiar with super giant games. They started pretty small with I think 6 to 7 people. And now they're just this core team size that's working on like really, really well sized games for their team. How many people? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. They're pretty big now. Jesus Christ. But still, good core team. Yeah, like the original team behind No Man's Sky. I don't know how big Hello Games is nowadays. Probably pretty large with the new game they're working on. But I find to me, the biggest team size I've worked in was like 40 people. I didn't really like that. Smallest team size I worked in was Darkest Dungeon. That was like 7 people, 6 or 7. But I think I could do 15. I'd I'd probably remain game director and studio owner. I would hire a separate CEO because I fucking hate that side of business. It's annoying. It's a waste of my time. I don't like papers. And for sure, a really competent producer. Right now, we have no funding, so right now it is very empty. But we have a 3D artist, programmer, junior systems designer, and we had some people help us out with our previous game, Golden Chronicles. But we weren't able to receive funding for that because it was a pretty chunky, expensive vertical slice. Thankfully, this game's vertical slice will be a lot smaller. It should be at least half the price. Probably even more. Even cheaper. But we're not going to budget it yet. We're going to make the gameplay, make the levels. Then we can start to figure out what still needs to be made. How many people do we need? And then we can kind of build a budget off of that. Is the scope? That's kind of a hard question to answer. I mean, it's large, but it's not. It's not a multiplayer game. It's not live service. We want it to be about 20 to 30 hours of gameplay. It isn't very heavy from a narrative standpoint. It's all like gameplay driven. Roguelike, yeah, it's not roguelike. It's just a puzzle platformer sandbox with immersive sim elements. Actually, the music you hear now is the theme song for our previous game that was creating dynamic, really deep choice-based narrative content, and that's where a lot of the expense came from. Was it just needed a ton of content to be complete, and depth to that content, and narrative, and writing is voice acting is subtitles, subtitles is localization, money. This game is going to be all dynamic gameplay from systems, so as long as we make the systems work together, we don't need to put any extra money into it, right? The most expensive thing will be QA testing for it. But I have a QA tester who would absolutely join me if I had the money to buy him. Pay him. Not buy him. Also. Spacer before and after. We will include the. I'm going to include the drive location. We'll do no files or folders in this directory. Yes, this should be text localized future thing. Let me. Still prototyping this. Then we can make it look all nice. But I have budgeted before, for anybody who might have been wondering. I have budgeted before. We have done, I don't know why that's black, annoying me. We've done pitch decks. I've pitched to publishers and investors before. Even this was too much writing for publishers. Better to let the gameplay speak for itself, but they like to have this, especially they like to take it home with them, right? And milestone plans too, and GDDs. Oop, that's not that one. That's a book I'm writing. GDD. This one wasn't even finished either. I even printed that out and I brought it in a binder. Maybe they thought I was silly for doing that. I had multiple publishers comment that they did like it. They said they liked it. That I had like I didn't have like a tablet or a laptop. I had a tablet, but that was only for showing the trailer and the gameplay, and then everything else was on paper. Because I just felt it was easier to like move it and to point at things on it, or to give them a copy of like a one sheet. I don't know. I don't know. They seem to like it, so I'll keep doing that in the future. Binders are overrated. I don't know why it's required. We don't have it here and everything is okay. Well, I don't think it is required. I will say it like half and half. Or I would say most people that I see pitching to publishers in person use laptops or tablets. And they like show the pitch deck on there, right? I think that's fine. But in my experience, and it is minimal experience, but I have done about like 24 pitches of my games. I have seemed to be getting a lot of positive comments on having physical copies of like the GDD or the pitch deck, and especially like the budget or milestone plan. It's just, I don't know why, but maybe it's easier on the eyes, or you don't have to like zoom in on something on a tiny screen. And for sure, if you make copies of things that you know that the publishers are going to want to take with them, like a one-pager, like these are really great to pitch. Every single publisher that I've seen that I've given one of these to loves it. So I will say this has, at least in my experience, has been something great. Because they often don't remember the game perfectly, you know, because they hear like, I don't know, multiple pitches per day or week, or they don't care to think deeply about them in between the days of like a conference. So they like to have that because they can say, oh, yeah, what was this game about again? Okay, selling points, you know, expected team size. And that way they can spend more time in the pitch listening to what the game is, as opposed to making notes about the game, which means that they can just focus on the important elements. Yeah, I would say keep it simple. I've noticed too, My first pitch, this was not my first pitch deck for this game even. This was my second pitch deck for this game. Even this had too much writing. I will say that like a trailer and with gameplay is worth a pitch deck or two. This is just nice to have where you can kind of go over like, you know, market analysis, just very easy to see market analysis of here's what our game does, here are games like it, and why our game is better or different than those games. Although all these games are good, right? What is our customer profile? Who is this game for? What's our target market? This publishers love because this saves them time from having to do a lot of that themselves, or at least gives them a good idea of, hey, is this a good game for our portfolio? No, it isn't, because most of our games are meant for like, I don't know, 16 to 18 year olds, right? Or 16 to 24 year olds. So your game seems to be a bit more mature. So maybe it's not a good fit for us. And then just like rough timelines, right? Yeah, doing the thinking for them. And the reason why you do that is because it's if they don't have information, it is a potential red flag. If they can see that you've thought enough about the information, it kind of assures them that you aren't a newbie to game dev, that you've done this before, or that you at least have a rough estimate for where the money is expected to be spent, who it's expected to be spent on, why it is, what's your team breakup, why do you need 26 people in full production. The more red flags that you can alleviate, the more they feel that you're a professional, and that if they give you money or support, you're not going to just be like Chronicles of Illyria, what do I do with this kind of thing, right? Or Star Citizen. Wasting money on, you know, core architecture over and over and over and over again. And then game gets canceled, right? And also like model too, like how do you expect to monetize this game? What's your expected launch price? Shit like that. They do only care about ROI in the end. You're right. Businesses have to make money to continue being a business. And it's a good thing for the employees, because if the company stays in business, you get to keep getting paid. Everybody's happy. But you need to prove to them why your game that costs $4 million to make, which is pretty small by the way, will make $12 million. You need to prove that. And you need to prove that by showing fun gameplay, by proving that the market is actually that big, and showing how you're going to appeal to that market to show that you can attract enough people at that sale price to have that money returning. Oh, don't apologize for the distraction. Today, this is all I have to do today, and I already have the data. I will have this done in like 20 minutes. So, and then I'm done for the day, and we can just kind of chill out. But don't worry, because tomorrow we're starting the Stalker 2 DLC, so I'm not gonna like start something big before that. The reason why that game though didn't get funding was because there was still a big red flag. Team. I had maybe 2 to 3 people that were like helping me at that point, and were like helping me long term, and were for sure going to be there when we started to get funding. Everyone else would have had to be hired, and understandably to publishers this was a red flag. It wasn't that they didn't think that I could find these people, but rather they don't know that I could find these people, and there's no guarantee that I could find these people. And it's also pretty big to scale up from like 3 people to 26 within even the course of 12 months. That's a really big scale up. It would have been a lot better if I had pitched scaling up from like 3 to 10. But I needed more than 10 people to make that game a reality. And I didn't want to lie to publishers and say, oh, we only need $2 million to scale up to 10 people, and then I would have had to find another $2 million somewhere to fund the rest of development. Unfortunately, I learned from those pitches that apparently it is standard procedure to lie to publishers. Because when I told other developers that, like, we asked for this much because of our team, they're like, no, you tell them you already have 15 people, and then you ask for the money. Like, but that's not true. I don't have 15 people, I have 3 people. And we have a milestone plan, and there's no way that I can meet the first milestone if we don't have the people to make the things that are part of the milestone. I don't like that, though. I don't like that you're expected to lie. So I'm not gonna do it. It's gay. Lying is gay. And not like the man kissing man way, which is like cool, but like old school gay. What am I doing here? Console element, wait, current element, I need to... We'll do like a first line of like file folder name. That was exactly my complaint, Rojo Critic, to them. I was like, but I understand what you're saying, but we have no money. I can't get people without money. There were like 10 people. Okay, all the people that would join your team without promise of money are juniors, and I'm sorry, but I can't make an open world, narrative driven, system heavy RPG game with juniors. It's not gonna happen. I need seniors. Unfortunately, they don't work for free. Even with promise of like, hey, help me get funding so that we can pay people. Yeah, it's really either like you know people that are also so passionate about starting their own company or like being there at ground zero that they'll help you. Or you find juniors that are willing to do it for free, but that's I'm sorry, 95% of the people that you will ask to help you make your game will drop out after like 2 weeks at best. So it's just kind of a waste of time to constantly be asking for people to help when they don't stay around. I get it though, right? No money, why bother? Or you sell equity of your company to an investor or like a group, or to, you know, it's like an angel investor, and then you use that money to start development and then leverage your vertical slice or some prototypes in a pitch deck to get the rest of development funding. So I don't like the idea of selling equity in my company. I want to remain privately owned so that we can dictate what our games look like and feel like, and I don't have some big investor daddy breathing down my neck. Unfortunately, I don't know if that is possible. I'm not trying to say that yes, we can do it, yes, it can happen. It can happen. I think it's extremely rare. Or we need to look at the equity solution. However, what is equity? Equity is company value. What is company value? The people you have, the products you own, and the perceived value of the company in the future selling the products it's going to make, right? So if we have a good prototype, if we have a good vertical slice, if we can get to that point, we can prove that that equity of our company is now, it could be, you know, $1 million, $2 million, right? Because it's the perceived value of that product when it sells. And therefore, if we sell 50%, I'm not going to sell 50%, but if we sell 50% of the company at an equity, total equity of $2 million, we're going to have $1 million of liquidated equity that we can use, I believe. Kickstarter is a solution, but Kickstarter usually is a way to augment cash flow or to prove to publishers and investors that you have interest in the game. So it is useful, but it is very difficult to obtain any real amount of money there. You know, like $50 to $100,000 is not very much when you have to pay people. That is like at best 2 to 3 employees for half a year. At best. It's not much in the grand scheme of things. So, in my opinion, having looked at, we used to do Kickstarter reviews here on stream, and I'm actually going to do one at the end of this month. We've looked at like over 1,000 Kickstarters for games. The most common thing for all successful Kickstarters that are obtaining reasonable amounts of money are a good vertical slice demo, good rewards, a team that seems professional and that shows where the money is going, and it obviously has a good game, right? So we need to get to the point where we have those elements to then go to Kickstarter. We can outsource some of it, but it depends on to who and to where. Successful Kickstarters are selling hopes and dreams. Well, it is. The game isn't out yet, right? So by the nature of Kickstarter, you're selling something that isn't made yet. But there are games that do absolutely get made from Kickstarter. Kingdom Come Deliverance wouldn't exist without Kickstarter. And that has obviously been one of the best-selling fantasy franchises. But you are right, most things on Kickstarter nowadays are AI-generated trash, prototypes using free assets from Fab, people claiming that it's their own thing, or people shoving random demo maps, again from Fab asset packs, into like the RPG, survival RPG template on Fab. That's one I see all the fucking time is people buy this pack here for $300. It's an amazing pack. And they just build their own map and say, look at my survival RPG game. Yeah, it's very, very easy copy paste. Sometimes it works, usually it doesn't. And I'll even say that if they do this, this is still more coherent than the AI slop on Kickstarter. The AI slop is everywhere. We can find it so damn quickly. Where's video games? Video games, live projects. There's no way there's 1.5 thousand. Wait. That's like 10 times more than there used to be. No. Oh, it's showing upcoming too. It's showing upcoming too. There are 148 projects that are live right now. Jesus Christ, dude, 11,000 upcoming? Holy shit. Where's the obvious AI slop that's gonna be here? Oh god. Oh no, an MMO? Oh no. Epoch Fall. I mean, some of these don't even have trailers, and people are asking for like some, you know, $20,000. Give me money. I don't even have a trailer. Like, this is the pitch. Oh god, uh-oh. Using AI to help with the complicated networking part of the build. Don't use AI for the most important part of your online game. Here's my recommendation. I learned this from other people. If you're making any online game, like multiplayer game, the first person you should hire is a network engineer in your team. The first one. That's for like bigger studios, right? So it's just like a bunch of this, or like people who have... I mean, this is like a very early prototype in Unreal. Well, like they want to make an MMO and they think that $10,000 is going to make an MMO. No, it's not. You need 100,000. It's live service by the very nature of it. I wrote more about the 2.0 version of Redlock than this guy has about his game, you know? And here, give me money for it. Hungry Buddy. It looks like AI generated thumbnail, honestly. Even if it isn't, it looks like that. AI tools for game artwork and illustrations. Don't care then. Oh god. I wonder if it was AI generated. So this is the unfortunate part of using Kickstarter is that okay, so here I've been to a couple of talks from some people who have run like they manage Kickstarters like professionally. You need to have people that know about your Kickstarter before you actually have your Kickstarter. It didn't used to be this case. There used to be a lot better discoverability. Nowadays, not really. So you have to have an existing community for sure before you have like anything else. If you don't get wishlists on Steam, your game gets no discoverability. But also, how do you get wishlists? You have people go to you have people discover your page. Well, that means you need to have people to convert and funnel into your Steam page. The same thing is with Kickstarter. So if you don't have an existing network and people that you can reach out to show that your game's being made, you are going to fail in this era of game development, and especially with how harsh the algorithm is, especially on Steam. It didn't used to be the case, and I think that's why people don't think about it, is because you used to be able to discover games on these platforms a lot easier. But most of these games here are either games that have no trailer, which means they have no gameplay. They have no demo, which means nobody can try it out to see if it's actually working and good. Or it's just slop. It's like a prototype. So it's way too early for it to even be on Kickstarter at all. Like, I get it. You need money to make the game, but nobody is going to give you money for your prototype. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. It's not going to work that way. I don't know why the movement is like this. It is weird. Look, playable beta coming soon. Dude, I'm sorry. This is not a beta. This is pre-alpha. This is pre-vertical slice. Beta happens after vertical slice and after alpha. Beta is what happens when you are fixing bugs and polishing the experience, but the whole game is playable and has finalized assets in the game. That is beta. You did the typical indie thing of make character creator before you actually have gameplay. I see it all the time. Sometimes genuinely good stuff does get missed too, or games that I'm like, okay, it's a little bit early, but it's not empty. Like this, I think a game like this, if this is actual gameplay and isn't mocked up, just go to early access. You'll get enough money to fund the development. I mean, how much are they asking for? 10,000, you'll get it. This is already better than 95% of what you'll see. Yeah, just go to early access. You'll get the money. Although they don't have a demo. So what are you doing? Emojis and text? Yeah, that is a little red flaggy, isn't it? AI does love to do that. Sometimes it's hard to tell though with systems if this is like a system that they actually made or is being mocked up, but it looks real. I know a couple of these building plugins. There was one free a while back, so this looks legit. Looks 100% legit. But it's just, again, it's like it's not a bad game. It's lost in the shuffle though, because they probably didn't have anybody that they can convert to Kickstarter backers. So now if they really do need this money to get it out on Steam, you're not going to have that. Which in some cases, you know, it sucks. I don't want to see that. Bible verse puzzles and painted story readings. Nice. Oh god, you have a whole book written about your AI usage too. Nobody gives much, but stop using AI to develop your game as people, because nobody gives a fuck about it. Nobody wants it. You're not making value when you use AI. You wanna know how I know that too? Is anybody familiar with the story of the Yukon and the gold rush in the Yukon? Barely anybody got rich off of that gold rush. There was gold. And a lot of people went, and a shit ton of people died. You know why? It's because all the gold was gone. But the promise of gold was there. And instead of giving you the gold or telling you where to find the gold, they would sell you shovels and promise that you'll find the gold if you start digging. You didn't. You died. You're broke. That's AI. If they had a machine or a software that could generate all of this value, they wouldn't be selling it to you. They would be keeping it for themselves and making the money from it. Just keep that in mind. I don't like that we build it that way, but the future. Kick farther. What do I put 9 shells together and make it spin? Yeah, I mean, I will say, yeah, you're right. There's good usages of AI. I think there are good things about it. But to generate value, tell me where that is actually occurring at the moment. And I think that there are a couple. I can think of a couple. Maybe. Well, actually, I don't even know. I know Roku came out with a 24/7 AI slop channel. You know, like that Roku box you can plug into your TV and get like, you know, access to like some TV stuff. They apparently released a dedicated AI 24/7 AI generated content channel. There's an AI only social media. I heard there was one with like the Claude bots, but it was easy to bypass. Oh, it was the one with the Claude? It was a really cool premise if it actually couldn't be bypassed to allow humans onto it. Because I found it really interesting up until the point I heard that it was kind of faked. If you have a Fire Stick, you can get Roku TV in it. I did not know that. I don't really watch. I don't pay money to watch TV. Sometimes I watch it. You know, I watch the World Cup. Didn't pay money to watch the World Cup. My in-laws, you know, my wife's parents, they still, my parents too, I think, still watch TV. And they like, or they'll buy a DVD. And I'm like, you know how easy it is to either you know what I want to say. You definitely should never, ever, ever, ever type this in Google. Do not ever type this in Google. The search results will be things that you definitely do not want. There is absolutely not a mega thread on whatever results come up if you type this. Do never, ever, ever type this. It's a mega thread. It includes like both like separate software and sites, and shows you ones that are safe and good, and for anything. It definitely won't give you sites or ways for anime, books, emulators, games, mobile, movies and TV, music, software, sports, and tools. It definitely would never ever provide that information. I am surprised that that is not a banned subreddit, Paxian. I actually am surprised. I know, I have to say it. You should not do it. That way I am not liable. It is totally, totally unsafe. Although I would recommend like installing AdGuard on AdGuard is really good. And you can get that for your you can get extensions for stuff. This one's really good. And then there's like AdGuard Plus. This is like the better AdBlock Plus. To be honest, I've since moved to AdGuard and then AdGuard Extra, the other one. I could print, if it's empty, I could print out, I could say drive names instead of like file folder names. Yeah, there's also if you're on Android and you don't want ads on like YouTube, you definitely 100% should not ever type this or look this up. Never do that. It is not easy to install. It will not provide you with any completely ad-free better experience for YouTube on Android. I will say if you're watching me on Twitch, please have an ad blocker. Just for me, like maybe you want to do it for other people, but I will show you exactly why you should not do it for me. What the fuck is my monetization? Oh, here it is. Ads are the light purple, turbo is yellow. Yesterday I made 5 cents from turbo and 27 cents from ads. One sub pays for like at least 2 to 3 weeks of ad revenue. So please, if you want to support me or you like what we're doing, consider giving a sub. Would be great. You know, even if you own one, you can gift one to somebody else. I get half revenue from subs. If you want, there is a donation link under the stream, and I get all the revenue from that. But please turn on an ad blocker. Please, please, please. I don't run ads, but Twitch forces ads. I hate them. I cannot disable those ones, though. I mean, I even saw, I don't know how they do it. Like, think of like Asmongold. You know, he gets tens of thousands of viewers, right, when he streams. Even he, like, barely makes anything in ad revenue. I mean, sure, that's because of, like, some of the content he does. But they don't pay anything. I mean, sure, maybe I could play ads, but I don't play ads. For me, I don't like the experience of, like, it's gonna sound like I'm calling you out. I apologize. I don't like ads popping up on other people's streams. So I just don't do them on mine because I wouldn't like that on my stream. So the only thing you should get is a pre-roll ad if you don't have them disabled when you click on my stream, but then after that it should be smooth sailing. And if I ever dual stream on YouTube, then you could always watch on YouTube and not get anything. Oops, I forgot the line break. Just a personal thing. You know, I like to tailor my content around what I would want to watch. Yeah, see, this one was easy. Thankfully. Isn't there a 2-2 folder in here? Oh no, there isn't. It's the one deeper that has the 2 directories. Look at it working though, isn't that cool? It's actually kind of functional. Very imperfect, but functional. Oh, I stayed at the same folder. 2-1-1. You're just testing names, right? That does have a file in it. You can't see files with tree, but you can with directory. We can go back to root, CD, D drive. No files or folders in this directory. It's working. Well, 99% of viewers see the pre-roll. Jesus Christ. They leave. They prefer to see ads than see. You think so? I mean, I can see what you're saying. I agree. I can see what you're saying. I agree, because they might think, oh, he has pre-rolls. That means he has ads. I don't know. I'm still not going to turn on ads. I like to talk with you guys, and it's like, oh, time to run my ads. Maybe I could while I'm peeing or something, right? But I don't pee. I almost pee once an hour. I do pee a lot. Let's not talk about how often I do it. I just drink a lot. Look how much simpler directory was compared to tree. This is beautiful. But I do like what we can see with tree. It's just that Twitch sucks. Twitch is annoying. I wish you could turn off all ads. You don't think I go too much? I go like 4 or 5 times. It's nearly once an hour. Early on I don't, because I'm like still a little bit dehydrated from the morning. And the coffee. But then I bloat up. Today it's hot too. I'm about to run out and I still have 2 hours of the stream left. I might fill it up a little bit more. I wish I had an air conditioner in here. Best I have is a fan. Better than nothing. And then I have my computer, you know, I have my GPU blowing right out the front. Or I'm sorry, not my CPU fan. Is blowing out the front because I didn't have space in the top to put the all-in-one cooler. I swear it runs pretty hot though. Not horrible. It's just, I think it's just because it's blowing out the top. It's not the greatest though. Oops. It's not wrong button. Yeah, I think I need to put some new coolant on it, or maybe check if the all-in-one cooler needs a top up of coolant too. Those temps could be better. But I mean, it is 50C and it's blowing like right kind of on me, which sucks. It is probably pulling some of the GPU heat though too, where it's located. And of course I'm using quite a bit of my GPU. It's not great, it's not horrible. 3.5 Röntgen. Not great, is it? Yeah, I'll have to check on that. It's not like it's dusty or anything. It's just my room is hot, so maybe it's just. My GPU fans aren't even spinning. What are my fan curves? I mean, that explains why my GPUs get up to 60 when I just play my lockout level. Because the fan profiles suck. I could control that in the software. I mean, 60 isn't bad, but it's not great. I think I do ramp it up quite a lot once it's like actually in use, but I'd rather have it running kind of like idly at 30% fan usage and then scale it up from there. I'd prefer my GPU to idle at like 40 C at best. It's spinning now. I think it's just my fan curves aren't as harsh as I would kind of prefer them. And I don't think my airflow in this case is as good as it could be. Do we stress test it? A poorly optimized game. Demo. Prototype, actually. Yeah, I feel the same way with the all-in-one. It's great, but all it takes is for the pump to stop working. CPU's okay.
Holy fucking shit. If you open up Cauldron Chronicles again, I'm gonna kill you.
I'm testing something. Ooh. Yucky. Ooh, very, very yucky. Oh, horribly yucky, actually. Wonder why it felt so hot. Oh, that's really bad. I do not like that. I'm gonna, once we finish the stream today, I'm gonna take a look at those fan profiles. And the thing is, I think it's right by that 120 gigabyte storage to my GPU, because they're both M2 drives. Yeah, this is no bueno. Something's wrong. I don't know if it's the fan profiles or the fact that maybe it had bad paste on it, and I have to pull up the sync and repaste it, which I don't want to do. Like, man, we plan to play Stalker 2 tomorrow. You think that's gonna put it at any better of a temperature than 84? Oh no, that game was pushing the CPU to 100%. Like, it absolutely was. This Cauldron Chronicles demo was not optimized. I was not using world partition. Everything is loaded into memory. Now it was hitting at like at least, it was probably near 100% utilization on my 4070. It's not bad. 50's not bad, but I would kind of prefer that to be lower. And maybe I just pull it up and I reseat, which is not hard, but I don't really end my days looking forward to pulling up the heatsink on my GPU and putting new paste on it. It's not the least stressful thing I could be doing. Oh, it does feel hot. I don't like it, but whatever. Here's a runner on 50C. Do I need new thermal paste? If your GPU is idling at 50C, yeah, that's not good. It's idling. Like you're doing nothing. Some cards do run hot. It's power, right? The more power going through it, it creates heat. That's why under load your components become hotter. They're using more power. You could reseat it. You could also just have bad airflow. I know I kind of have bad airflow in this case because I had to move elements. You can usually see your power draw. I don't know if GPUs... I think GPU-Z does show your current power draw. I mean, I am running Unreal Editor, right? Power draw isn't too bad right now. But yeah, I don't like that temperature. Fuck, I might have to reseat that. I don't know what the average 4070 idle temps though are. 4070 idle temp. 35 and 50, and I'm not idling right now. Maybe the 4070 just does run a bit hot. But in that case, I'll just I'll boost up the fans. Oh, it says it's at 30%. It is at 30% now. But it wasn't before. It was definitely at 0. I mean, technically, I'm not idling. Watch it just be paint. It was paint. Yeah, see, now it's 0%. See, I don't like that. I don't like it idling with no fan turned on. I get that like 44 is not bad, but I don't know. Weird. Hey, Bus3D. Thanks for the resub. It's good to see you, man.
Podkreślenie Jig just subscribed. Wtef im seeing her welcome back, how you doing?
I am doing good. How are you doing? Lovely, lovely man. I figured out my GPU's a bit hot. I'll just close everything. Yeah, I'm gonna boost up the fans. I don't like that idling at 45. Especially when the hotspot is still hot. Thanks, Opera. Went black. Undervolt? I could. I don't overclock anything. My room is hot. I will say my room is hot, and that's not helping things at all. It's got to be close to like. It's got to be close to 30°C in my room right now, so that's influencing it somehow. But it's not going to be any better tomorrow when we're playing Stalker 2 tomorrow, so yeah. Actually, it will be slightly cooler tomorrow. Can't tell you. Can I do fan control on the NVIDIA app? Oh, there is a really good fan control. Is it fan control? This is the one, right? I think I already had this. Did I not? Maybe on my home computer I did. This is the good one. This is the one that like is open source or something and everybody likes. This fan control. My CPU fans are going. No, I have it. If anything happened on this computer, I'm streaming from the separate PC, so I can restart if like needed. Where are my curves? Oh yeah. I have to make the curve. Add. I want the graph curve. Edit. Aha! That's what I was looking for. Can I like edit the... Oh yeah, I can do it down here. 35, 30%. We can try the linear. But if it gets over 80, dude, I'm 100%ing that shit. I can select the temperature source, but can't I just assign the curve? No, maybe I still have to grab the temperature. Oh yeah. That's pretty nice. I don't know if it'll help at all. It is going down. But I do think my case airflow is just kind of trash. No, it's too... I wish I had two 4070s. It's just two fans on the 4070. I wish, man. I don't know why I would need two, but I would sell the other one and maybe buy like, I don't know, 2 gigabytes of RAM that I could afford. It is going down. That's good. It's better. I don't know why I didn't have good curves on this in the first place. Let's make sure this is like starting up with... Should be good. I'm gonna monitor that for a while. That is already better though. We're already down to like 42 with that. Okay, cool. My GPU is just eating itself apparently. You want to know what sucks is I'm so scared some of my RAM might die. But I bought the RAM when it was, you know, like kind of normal price, you could say. Here was the this was how much it cost when I bought this. And this is how much is this? $358 USD. It's a little bit different now. I'm kind of tempted. I wish that I don't know, could do with 32, but it's kind of hard to do with 32 when developing in Unreal. Because I would sell one of those sticks. I do have 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM sitting around though. But I do want to use that. I have to make another computer for my wife. So, no money to be made today. Dude, it's scary, dude. I don't even think G.Skill makes RAM anymore, right? Was one of the companies stopped making RAM? I don't remember which one. But yeah, like nowadays this is $3,700 for that. I don't trust 32 for 576. There's no way. 2,400 for DDR5 here. So it's now 5,000 zloty for the same amount of RAM that I got for 1,300. That's fucking scary. I'm so scared when my RAM sticks will die. I mean, the thing is, if I don't know what the price difference is between DDR4 and DDR5. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. DDR5 is not that much faster. It's way cheaper. It's way cheaper for DDR4. And if you look at the speed differences, it's really not that crazy. Yeah, I would recommend getting DDR4 just purely, but DDR5 is like at best 15% faster. But this is, you have to like ask yourself, is your bottleneck the RAM? I would say in most cases probably not. Your bottleneck is likely your CPU or your GPU, or maybe you installed the game on a SATA SSD, and if you're playing an Unreal game, you should probably have an M2 drive, right? So it's, I think in most cases people's bottlenecks are not RAM. Yeah, DDR4 is still really good, and this is a much better price. This sucks. Like, I would not want to buy DDR4 right now, but it's not bad. It's not like horrendous. Yeah, like I bought the DDR5 because my motherboard supported it, and at the time that I bought it, it was barely more expensive, so I was like, future proofing, you know? But it is very unnecessary. Right now, the heat scares me more than anything else, but I think it's gotten better. Oops. Yeah, we're down to 39. Not true. And it will never succeed in updating because I've rerouted the update IP to my local IP. It's like my dick, Windows. There's actually a way you can hack in extended support into your Windows version. And you'll have support through 2028, I think, is the new extended date for Windows 10. Something like that. Nobody hacks anymore. I don't know, I haven't heard of anybody getting hacked unless they were, you know, opening up the email that says free Nicole Kidman boobs or something picture .exe. I can watch some Tim Kaine. There was some new gameplay, some multiplayer gameplay of Galactic Racer.
Star Wars Galactic Racer's
But I have to pee first. Clicks. Hold on, let me I'm done working on the directory and tree for today.